It is trade deadline day in the NHL. 3 o'clock is the deadline. Could hear some news after the fact, though, as trades usually roll in the hour afterwards. We'll have coverage throughout the day here on WGR. There's no big Sabre trade to speak of right now. Jason Zucker is an upcoming free agent. We'll see what happens with him today. There was a report from Frank Saravelli and Renaud Lavoie up in Canada saying that the New York Rangers had advanced talks about trading for J.J. Peterka, but then we had Arthur Staple, who covers the Rangers locally, saying that they are not in on Peterka. So that's a player to watch today. Around the league, Mikko Rantanen appears to be on the way again from this time Carolina to Dallas. He was traded about a month ago from the Avalanche to the Hurricanes, didn't want to sign an extension in Carolina. Elliot Friedman reports that part of the deal to Dallas for Rantanen is on him signing an extension with the Stars. To football, Bills released punter Sam Martin yesterday, who was entering the final year of his deal that saves about $2 million on the Bills cap. Star pass rusher Trey Hendrickson has requested a trade again from the Cincinnati Bengals, and this time he has been permitted to speak with other teams and seek a trade. The Falcons and Commanders have already been reported as teams that are in on Hendrickson, who had 17.5 sacks last season. That led the NFL. Christian Kirk, wide receiver in Jacksonville, who we thought was getting cut 2 days ago, actually was not released. He was traded yesterday to Houston for a 2026 7th-round pick. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
All right, everybody, what's up? Hey, Joe.
What's up?
I'm broadcasting from home today. Joe's in studio. No hat. Right away, I got to say, wow, what's going on?
No hat.
Big day, something happening?
I got a haircut. Yeah, like a hair trim yesterday. I'm not even really getting haircuts right now. So
Gotcha.
Yeah, we're going to try it without it.
So on principle, you're just not wearing a hat because you got a cut?
Yeah. The early stages of the post haircut life, I think you go no hat, and then once it starts getting a little longer and less easy to control, then you go back to the hat.
Interesting.
Although you might just see me wearing a hat tomorrow. Well, you won't see me wearing a hat tomorrow. Maybe Monday you'd see me wearing a hat tomorrow.
My routine when I get a haircut is this: I get a haircut from the same friend that I've had a haircut for almost 2 decades, and as soon as she finishes, she says, "Are you going to put your hat back on?" And I say, "Yes."
Wait! Immediately after the haircut?
Immediately.
Okay, so
immediately my hat is back on.
How good a place are we? Like, there are not many that can do this 100%, but you've got little hair follicles that are hanging out there that are like. I would never lay down on my pillow right when I got home after a haircut because I would assume there's going to be little hair fibers that are going to come off.
Immediate. I mean, I might still have to go home and do a shower because you have to change your shirt because it's too itchy, right? Like
that's what I mean. Your hat then is just going to get full of hair, right?
Doesn't matter.
Vacuum it out.
Right away.
Wow.
It doesn't.
You refuse to not wear a hat.
I don't make it to the register without my hat right back on my head.
Weddings and funerals
emceeing events. If you ever ask me to MC an event, I did something recently.
Okay.
Where I did not wear a hat. Weddings, funerals, emceeing an event.
Sleeping.
What else? Most of the time.
Come on.
Sometimes I fall asleep with a hat on. It'll happen. I'm putting the kids to bed. I've got a hat on. Sometimes I'll fall asleep with a hat on.
You're not actively laying down in bed. I could imagine it though. You're laying down in bed, pull up the sheet, and the hat is still on.
Right.
Come on.
Listen, Let me tell you something else. By the way, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy trade deadline Friday. I had someone on Instagram comment on a picture of me without a hat and said that I had a huge forehead. And it was the first time in my life anybody had said that.
Huge
and
forehead.
I tried to write back to the person and say, I don't think I do. No one's ever said that. Mm-hmm. But then I started to really dig down into it and think, is that why I wear a hat all the time? And I never thought about it, but I don't think that's it. I think instead of a normal forehead.
It's not a Peyton. It's not a Peyton Manning forehead or anything.
No, right. Somebody saw it in the wild for the first time and thought, like, "Wow, you do have a forehead." Like, yeah, I do. Yeah. But anyway, hey, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe, and big day today. Trade deadline day. Big day in the NHL yesterday. I was not in yesterday. My daughter has asthma, and we were just dealing with stuff with her and illness, so I couldn't be in yesterday. She's doing all right. It killed me to not be here yesterday.
Oh, I bet.
To talk DK Metcalf and all the other stuff.
Yep.
The good news is I'm here today. But it was tough. I was walking around the house annoying my wife like, hey, guess what? DK Metcalf asked for a trade.
You're just saying takes to nobody in particular.
I might have started it with like, yo, Mal, big news.
Yeah.
What? DK Metcalf asked for a trade. She's like, I can't even get out of here. I can't even take it.
Hey, we're not watching Bluey today. We're watching just straight Metcalf highlights on YouTube.
And then I showed her the highlight of him chasing down Buda Baker. Like, this guy is cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, so there's that. The deadlines today, trade deadline, there's J.J. Peterka rumors. Now I want to say there's like a lot of chatter about J.J. Peterka, who we have warned, right? Didn't I tell you? I warned people, be ready for his name, because a conversation I had led me to believe that he's not one of the Sabres guys. So that's starting to pick up. We'll see if that happens.
We have a source off right now on Peterka, maybe. Oh, maybe a little bit. I went to bed thinking he was going to get traded last night. The last thing that I saw was from Renaud Lavoie, who I'm glad he followed up with an English tweet along with a French tweet, because I hit the translate button on his French tweet. I saw Peterka, right? And it was in French. And the translate was that all indications are that J.J. Peterka is going to be a New York Ranger, which sounded to me like they've traded him. Like, the deal is done, they're putting paperwork through, is what all indications sound like Peterka is going to be a Ranger is. And then about 3 minutes later, I guess he tweeted again that Peterka and the Rangers could be a thing soon, which is very different, I think.
Yeah,
right?
but I mean,
it sounds different.
That's just where I'm protecting myself, right? I mean, that's
Maybe.
Pretty close.
Unless something was lost in translation a little bit. And then I guess it was pretty quickly after that we started getting reports of like, no, they're actually not. I guess still. It was last night still that we were getting Arthur Staple. Chad's been a little bit like, I don't think the Rangers are doing this.
Kevin Adams said he wasn't shopping Casey Middlestat, and he was traded 4 days later.
Right.
So, we'll see what happens.
But I'm thinking about him today now, though.
He is one of the few people that could make Sabres fans upset, but it would depend on what the return is. So, I don't know.
The return, man, you look at a team like that, and
the Rangers?
Yeah, like there isn't a return where I think anybody is that excited. You're trading for, what you're doing, if you're doing a trade like that, I think, is you're trading Peterka for a guy who is 8 or 9 years older than J.J. Peterka. You're getting older. You're getting Chris Kreider, or you're getting Mika Zibanejad. Like, you're getting a guy who is in his 30s, I think.
I feel like Zibanejad's name came up a year or two ago as an idea. Eichel trade?
Eichel trade.
Yeah, it was the Eichel trade.
Yeah.
That's right. And Zibanejad would have been old for that trade, but I didn't mind the idea. And now he's obviously older.
Now he's 31, and he's having a bit of a down year. He is a center. But go look at the Rangers roster and tell me something you want off that team for J.J. Peterka. Like, it doesn't really... There's nothing that'll excite you unless you're getting, like, find a way to get Adam Fox, who doesn't have a no-trade clause yet, but good luck with that.
Yeah. And do they need Adam Fox?
He is having a down year, but I think they probably need him. He's like 2 years removed from winning the Norris Trophy.
Right.
Maybe.
But can they have a full team of Norris Trophy defensemen? Is that the idea? Dahlin, Fox, Power, they're all going to win the Norris eventually?
Oh, the Sabres, I'm sorry. You're saying,
do they
have a need for Adam Fox?
Yeah.
No. I mean, He's a right shot defenseman.
He's a right shot defenseman. The Sabres want right shot defensemen like the Bills want slot receivers. Just like, let's build the whole team out of this one thing. No, the Bills don't.
No, the Sabres have left shot defensemen.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
Left shot defenseman, right, of course.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right.
It's like an elite pass rusher. They've been courting it for 5 years, and they're still looking.
Yeah. 803-0550. We're going to probably get tons. Let's talk about everything today. We have lots of calls. It's going to be a free-for-all kind of Friday between the trade deadline and stuff going on there, the Peterka rumors, what the Sabres can do, what on earth they should do. They are a point out of 30th place, which, hey, good stuff. And then, of course, the Bills, who now the report is that Trey Hendrickson is available. He's been given permission to seek a trade. I did see Andrew Whitworth, Amazon Prime broadcaster, analyst, former Rams lineman. I did see he wrote something about the whole permission to request a trade thing and tried to kind of temper everybody on it. Did you see this post from him?
I don't think from him specifically,
okay.
No.
It's just quickly, it's about Metcalf. It was about Stafford. It's about Hendrickson. And he basically said, I can pull it up here, but the gist of it, the shorter version, he had a really long tweet about it. And he said, none of this has to be so dramatic. Yeah. Everybody treats the permission to seek a trade as if it's some very big rift and it's dramatic. And his point was, the best way to find out what you're worth is to do what? Go talk to every team.
Yeah, talk to everyone else.
What are you worth? Let's do Matthew Stafford here, right? Matthew Stafford was given permission to seek a trade.
Mm-hmm.
Go tell us what you're worth. He comes back to them and he says, this. And they say, okay. Almost as if permission to seek a trade, often, Joe, what it is we're going to cut you, and if you can get us a 7th-round pick, then that's great. But Whitworth pointed out, in some instances, in good faith, this might not be Hendrickson, this was Stafford, and this might be DK Metcalf. It's, well, you think you're worth that and we don't, but we are willing to bring in all the teams to tell us what you're worth, and if we agree, then we'll give you that money. And if we don't, well, then you can have a trade. We're not mad. We don't begrudge you the situation. It's a business situation, so some people have it in their contracts where there's a right of first refusal. And if you go get another job, your current job would say, oh, we'll pay you that. And we might not do it on our own, not because we're jerks, but because this is business. So that got me cooled off a little bit on Metcalf. Like, maybe that is what's happening with DK Metcalf. And maybe that's what happened with Matthew Stafford. And I don't know about Trey Hendrickson. That might be different because the Bengals are cheap.
Yeah.
So anyway, I want to put that out there as a counterpoint to all the trade frenzy stuff that I thought did make sense.
Sure, I think that's it. Just happened with Stafford. I asked Mike Lefko that exact question yesterday at 9 a.m. Like, is this the Stafford thing? Is this the contract? Let me see what's out there. And he's
in Seattle covering the Seahawks.
Sorry, right? He's in Seattle covering the Seahawks, and he's like, I don't think so. I think this is real. This is beyond just a contract. He opened the door to, sure, of course it could be they circle back, but I think once you put the price out there, maybe you've gone beyond just this is about contract a little bit. And or did they set the price so high that now no one will think they're serious and maybe it is about the contract stuff?
Diana Rossini reported what the price would be. And did anyone report what a team might have to pay for Stafford? I don't think so. I saw, will they have to trade from the 6th pick? Who was it? The Raiders? They don't want to give up the 6th. They might want to do this. Could the Giants give up 3? I mean, how far is speculation on price versus one reporter saying, I believe the price would be this? Right. Which, of course, probably comes from the team. There's no doubt about that.
That's a good question. But, we never saw definitive, like, the Rams want blank. Just in an open, just in a baseline sense of they just want high first-round pick, and this. It was more about, like, specific team, maybe this happens. If it's this team, maybe this happens. Like, this is just flatly, they want a first and a third-round pick, and that's it. So maybe that changes it a little bit. By the way, I saw, was it Josina Anderson that said, well, there's a team willing to give a third, and, like, that's it. And so, like, okay, that might make it seem like nobody is going to come close to meeting what Seattle wants. So
I bet he goes for a pick swap.
A first-round pick swap?
No, like a second-round pick. Like Metcalf and a fourth for a second. Something like that.
You think it's, man, that I still feel like
sixth for a second. Yeah, I think it's a pick swap.
Okay.
I was reading Matt Harmon, and by reading I mean he did a podcast, Yahoo Sports Perception. He talks receivers, and he did a podcast. I was laying in bed at 3 a.m. and I didn't want to put the actual podcast on, so I just read the transcript. And he got into Metcalf quite a bit about what he does well, and what his worth around the league might be. And if you're going to give him the Waddle contract, it's like $28 million. You know, the big contract brings the compensation down. He's not T. Higgins, and even if you want to trade for T. Higgins, you don't want to give up too much because you got to pay him. That's also what's going to hurt the Browns for Garrett, right? If I got to pay a guy a lot, I'm going to give you less. So he just kind of thought, you know, day 2 picks territory is where we're at. These trades, guys like this go for not that much money. And that Metcalf might not go for that big of a price. So we'll see if he ultimately gets moved and where they land on it. My thought for Metcalf is, of course, the Bills should do it or think about it. And I've got a point on every single counterpoint. None of them hold up for me.
Okay.
None of them. Money. I'm ready to go in on the salary cap. Mike Giannetti. I hope Mike's ready today when he comes on at 7:30 from Spot Trek. Mike Giannetti, because I'm coming after the cap as a concept. I have been Eagles pilled on the cap, and I can never look at the salary cap the same way again because the Eagles are rolling so much money into 2030 that you try to tell me, oh, I don't think the Bills can afford Garrett and Metcalf. I say, yes, they can. Of course they can. You see the stat going around yesterday on the heels of the Trey Hendrickson news that since signing Hurts, versus since signing Burrow, the Eagles since signing Hurts have signed 6 $40 million contracts, and the Bengals have signed 1.
Was it 6 or was it even 8?
8? Okay, 8.
I thought I saw it was 8.
Fine,
but either
8.
way, it's a huge number. Yeah.
The Eagles model. Get there with 4. Blah 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 blah. No, the Eagles model is spend like it's going out of style and put together the best team and say bleep the cap.
Yeah.
And I can't get out of that mode. I need the Bills to be there badly. So, yeah, of course they can afford Metcalf. You want to give them $28 million? They can afford that. Absolutely. Trade for him and do it. And put 7 void years on the deal and talk to me in 2032. Who cares? So I've been broken on the cap. Not that it doesn't exist. It's a luxury tax.
Can I ask, though, is anybody else doing it like the Eagles, to the extent that the Eagles are doing it?
The Bills have a little bit. I think it might just be an Allen. But in 2030, no, I don't think very many teams are doing it like the Eagles, which gets me to another point. Again, I'm going to ask Mike Giannetti at 7:30 about this. Is the cap and the way that GMs talk about it really just an exercise in protecting ownership? We can't afford them.
Great question. That's a great question.
Is it? Of course you can afford them.
Right.
Do you want to pay $80 million today to put it in escrow for a big contract? Right. Or do you not want to do that? And because you don't want to do that, you say, we don't have the cap space.
Yeah. That's a great question. I mean, some owners can't hide from it because they're almost so egregious at it, right? Like the last 24 hours, the Bengals are getting hammered again because I mean they're going to lose another great piece because they didn't want to pay guys early, right? And they didn't want to move. They didn't want to pay guys right away and sign the check. And now their team is going to suffer for it, and they can't really hide from it. Is every team in the league doing that to some extent, though? Like, that might be right. Other than the Eagles. Like, the Eagles, the owner is... Brett Coleman's pointed this out, right? That he's got a lot of money, like, just sitting around. He's ready to just throw it around.
Yep.
And sign checks right now. He's good, pushing off money till 2029.
How different is that from some other sports? Baseball used to have George Steinbrenner just doing that. Like, I'll just pay more. I've got more than you. I'm going to pay more than you.
You mentioned that it's basically the luxury tax. In the NBA, was it the Warriors for, like, when they had Durant and whatnot? Like, the owner just decided, because I think what's the luxury tax rule? It's something like you got to pay $1.5 million for every million that you spend over the luxury tax, and it goes to the league. I think it's something like that. And the Warriors spent like $100 million more than any other team, or than some other teams did, because they were just paying to win. Right? Like they were just willing to put up the liquid capital to win at a higher rate than other teams were. So how much of that is happening in football? The cap really is just so over our heads in general. Like this is one way we're understanding. Remember reading about the insurance contract thing during the season, how teams buy insurance policies on their players, and that actually is another way to open up cap space, but not every team does that. Like the Jets didn't want to spend extra money on an insurance contract for Aaron Rodgers, so then when he got hurt, they lost out on like $30 million of cap space in the next year. Like there's crazy stuff, insurance that can go into the cap that we don't even think about. Yep. But money you're paying up front, like I think the Eagles are kind of just showing everybody, like, oh yeah, you could do it like this. If you've got the money sitting around and you have the motivation to do it, like you could do it like this.
8030550.
So you want Metcalf and Garrett, with that being said?
Well, yes, of course. And Hendrickson. All three.
And Hendrickson.
Let's make it all happen.
Do they have enough picks for that? Well, if they have enough picks for that, if you're just going a fourth into a second for Metcalf.
2 firsts for Garrett, a second pick slide for Metcalf, and two seconds for including a future for Hendrickson.
There you go.
Go in the Super Bowl.
Super team.
I hope everybody's ready. I am YOLOing the rest of my Bills' life. They have Josh Allen in his prime. He won the MVP. We did the whole thing where he proved he could do it without a lot of help, and now we have to make sure that he doesn't have that problem again. So, yeah, there you go. Meanwhile, so there's plenty to get to on Hendrickson as an idea, because would the Bengals trade him to the Bills? I wouldn't. Mm-hmm. If I'm Cincinnati, I certainly would not do that. And we can get into all that, why I wouldn't if I'm the Bengals. And if you're the Bills, you, of course, might love to do that because you get the established player who is an elite pass rusher. Like, he's great. He's not Garrett, but he's great.
Led the league in sacks last year.
Yeah.
Back-to-back seasons with exactly 17.5 sacks.
He's great.
Yep. Couple years older also, by the way. He's 30.
Mm-hmm.
So
Hendrickson, it's not a bad idea at all. Metcalf, Garrett, those are the big three. Max Crosby, that one's gone. Okay, no Max Crosby going to happen.
Yep.
I also yesterday, again, I missed one day of work yesterday, so I didn't get a chance to go on for 30 minutes about why the Bills should not want Christian Kirk. But he is going to get traded to the Texans, and I am very, very relieved to hear that.
Yeah, given that they are. Yeah, he was with Allen probably when he got cut. So they were probably talking about the idea of him on the Bills.
Close friends, I am thrilled Christian Kirk will not be a part of the future here. Not because I think he's a bad player, just because I don't want the Bills to try and force something that doesn't fit, like they have, to my eye, tried to do a little bit too much of in the last couple of years. So Christian Kirk, he won't be a part of it. The draft is on the way. Big offseason. So anyway, I'm excited.
And Metcalf is, as I said yesterday, I think if you were to design in a lab the things the Bills need, he fits all of those. He's not perfect at all. Like well-rounded route running, like he's pretty good, I think, at least in all of that. But what do they need most? They need downfield speed. And what do they like most? They like guys that can block. And you can look up highlights of this dude just burying people on run plays, like into the sidelines.
Yep.
So he kind of, to me, feels like a fit for like how they would want speed in a wide receiver. It's just whether they want to pay $30 million, right? Isn't that the biggest question with it? Well, the biggest question is, will Seattle actually trade him? But isn't the second biggest question whether the Bills actually want to pay $30 million to a wide receiver?
It might be. Again, isn't the report that Metcalf wants 30 the same as saying the Seahawks want a first and a third? Like, okay,
maybe
it might end up being a second, and Metcalf will sign for 27.
See, I didn't think 30 was that unreasonable though. Like, if you with the cap going up, 30 makes him the 7th highest paid receiver in football at the time of signing, and by the time the offseason's over, maybe he's 10th.
You had 7th. I thought it was 13th. I think it's 13th.
An average per year. I'm just looking at over the cap, so maybe this is not updated. I've got Jefferson, Lamb, Brown, St. Brown, Tyreek Hill, and Ayuk that are all over $30 million per year.
Oh, but don't look at 30 per year. If you're looking at percentage of the cap.
Oh, that's what you wanted, right?
Yes, percentage of the cap. If he signs for 30, he would come in under Terry McLaurin. He would come in under Cooper Kupp. He'd come in under DJ Moore. He'd be 13th. You know who else he would come in under if he signed for $30 million? He'd come in under DK Metcalf.
His last contract?
Yes. If he signs for $30 million, he'll be playing for a lower percentage of the cap than he currently signed for.
Right.
So the explosion of the cap is always in context here for me and the way that I want to look at this.
That's what I mean though. Like I don't think 30 is unreasonable at all for him. I was surprised that number wasn't higher, honestly.
Yep.
I guess receiver though is not quite like quarterback, where quarterback is it doesn't matter if you're the best at your position in the league. Is it your turn to get paid? You're going to get the most. Like Matthew Stafford he's not the best quarterback in football. He's great. So when his contract was up, however long ago that was, he was the highest paid quarterback in football. If receiver worked the same way, Metcalf would be, okay, you're great, you're not the best, but your turn, you're the highest paid receiver. And that is not what would be happening here. In fact, I mean, if Chase gets 40 or something close to that this offseason, I mean, you're signing a second-tier guy by the money of it. He would be making $10 million less per year than the guys at the top would be.
Yep. And he might be specific role for you, and that's all part of like how much the guys get paid. It's not you go to an arbitrator and they decide, well, you had this many snaps and this many yards per target and this and this and this. Here's your contract. And what it is if the open market's out there, who wants you? How irreplaceable are you? What did the cap do? What's the cap situation? So for Metcalf, I mean, I would definitely do it. I don't know the trade price I would pay. You could probably get me to agree to a bunch of different ones. And on a contract, I wouldn't blink at 27, 28, 29. And, fine, 30. 30 for 3 years. Sign him for 30 and make the cap hit $2 million. That's the cap. You can do that. Maybe not 2, but 6, whatever you want. All right, we'll get a break in. I'm fired up. I missed all day yesterday, so I've got so many ideas. And they might all be irresponsible, spending salary cap money and pushing into 2030, but I think that's what the Bills should do. And, of course, deadline day. J.J. Paterka, all these other options. The Sabres played on ESPN last night, which means a national crowd got to see them get shredded for not responding to their captain getting punched in the face. Good times.
Yep.
Good times. It is Friday. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring. Let's talk about any and all of these ideas. We've got time for you to join us on the phones at 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. Jeremy White here for Atwell Eye Care. Sports fans, listen up. If you are, driving home from a game and you start to notice that you can't quite see as well as you used to, your vision may be suffering from cataracts. It's a natural part of aging, but don't worry. Atwell Eye Care has you covered with customized cataract surgery options that fit your lifestyle. It's a chance to get the answers you need coming up Friday, the 14th. A week from today, you can go to Ilio DiPaolo's restaurant at 12 noon for a cataract lunch and learn. Grab something to eat and get questions answered about cataract procedures and how Atwell Eye Care can customize a procedure for you. Meet Dr. AJ Jarungal, get all your questions answered, find out how cataract surgery can help you see the 716 more clearly, and stop procrastinating. Get to atwelleye.com to register for next Friday's 12 noon cataract lunch and learn at Ilio DiPaolo's in Blaisdell. Atwelleye.com, that's atwelleye.com to see the 716 effortlessly. Atwell Eye Care is the official eye care provider of the Buffalo Bills and the only eye care I trust for my family.
Sabres fall by a score of 6-5 in Tampa. They had the lead in the third period. A Jake Gensel hat trick leads Tampa to the win. It is now trade deadline day in the NHL. We had a reporting battle last night. Two reports, one from Frank Saravelli of Daily Faceoff, one from Renaud Lavoie of TVA in Canada, that the Rangers were having advanced talks with the Sabres about trading for J.J. Peterka, but then Arthur Staple, who covers the Rangers, said that the Rangers are not in on Peterka. So he's a player to watch going into today. Jason Zucker, who will be a UFA as well. The deadline is today at 3 o'clock. To football, the Bills releasing punter Sam Martin yesterday after a couple of years with the team. That saves about $2 million on their salary cap. Trey Hendrickson, who led the league in sacks last year, has requested a trade from the Bengals again and has now received permission to speak with other teams. John Schneider, by the way, the GM of the Seahawks, speaking yesterday, said that the team has been speaking to a ton of teams about the potential of trading for DK Metcalf. The report is that they want a first and a third round pick for Metcalf. Evan Ingram, tight end of the Jacksonville Jaguars, released yesterday. The Jags also trading Christian Kirk to the Texans for a 7th round pick. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Turned over, steal by J.J. Peterka, scores! Oh, what a shot that was from J.J. He takes it away and puts it away, and the Sabres are up 5-3 with 7:20 to go in the second period in Tampa.
One of the first moments of the game, for the moments in life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. They did not hold that lead. They would lose to Tampa 6-5. And a 5-game losing streak for the Sabres heading into the NHL trade deadline. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe with you here on WGR for a beautiful Friday morning.
I see. Right? Is it beautiful? I see clear skies. I mean, yeah. I don't think it's warm. I'm wearing short sleeves, but I don't know that beautiful if it's still in the 30s. Might be pushing it a little bit. Yeah. We're getting close though.
Joining us on the Worcester Hotline, occasionally some Sabres and also mixing in some golf along the way. Brian Koziel, who's got the post-game show, intermission reports as well from Sabres games. He joins us. Good morning, Brian.
Gentlemen, good morning.
Another, another deadline is upon us, Brian, and things are in about the same spot that they normally are, I guess is what I want to say.
Yep. We are sitting here trying to figure out how the Sabres can get better today when really it's hard to do. At trade deadline day, it seems as though every year we sit here and say, well, the Sabres have this going for them. They have prospects that maybe they could move. They have picks that they could move. But ultimately, that's not what usually a lot of NHL teams want today. These are usually teams that are in playoff races or are solidly sitting in a playoff spot right now that are looking to add a veteran piece here or there or a proven player here or there that can make them better for a run at the Stanley Cup. And the Sabres are in not a position right now that they're thinking, oh, well, let's trade one of those players that we have to get a draft pick or a prospect. Kevin Adams, if he's able to run this team past this trade deadline and into next season, can't wait for a draft pick from 2 years or 3 years from now to possibly be something that someone that could maybe contribute to this team. This team can't plan for 3 or 4 years from now. They need to win now. So there's not many teams that they could probably deal with today to the cards that Kevin Adams has to play are trading maybe prospects or picks, but not a lot of teams today are going to be willing to give up ready, proven NHL players to come back to the Sabres.
Right. The thing I guess they could do, which is where my mind was going last night, Brian, when it was the first couple of tweets where okay, Peterka and the Rangers might be a thing. My mind immediately went to, they're about to trade one of their, what's Peterka, 23 years old? They're about to trade a 23-year-old top six guy for a 31-year-old top six guy. Like, they're just going to flip from youth to veteran. No, let's not be the youngest team in the league anymore. Like, to me, like, because another team would love doing that, right? Getting 8 years younger. I don't know what else you really could do other than just deciding, let's just flip our age. I guess that's kind of it.
Yeah, and I think that's, last year the trade of Middlestat for Byram is something that doesn't really happen that often, where you essentially got two young players involved. So, if that's out there and Kevin Adams can find a way to maybe do that again, I guess that's another possibility. And that trade's worked out well for the Sabres for sure. I think for the most part, we'd say the Sabres, as of this moment, won that trade. And, although I think, Bo Byram's play lately hasn't been great, I think overall, I think you have to say that they did a pretty good job with that deal. And Bo Byram, when he has been paired up with Rasmus Dahlin, has looked excellent, to the point where we're sitting here thinking, like, well, could he be extended and be part of, hopefully, the long-term solution?
If it is Peterka, Brian, what would your reaction be? I know the return matters, of course, and the idea of a hockey trade is important. And, the idea that they might dump somebody for picks or prospects is going to hit like a whatever. It's going to go over like a lead balloon. Peterka and his role right now and where he is for his career, his numbers are good, right?
He tied last night his total from last season in 20.
His numbers
games.
are good, and he's young.
I think you're right. It depends on what the return is, but for what I don't feel like J.J. Peterka is a player a lot of times where I sit here and think that he's the reason that maybe there's a goal against. I feel like instantly when I think about negativity with these players, it's always, well, how are the Sabres giving up goals? Who's out of position? Who's not having that great awareness in the defensive zone? I don't think about that with Peterka as often, maybe as I would put others on this list. And we know he's got offensive potential. We know, after Tage Thompson, when we sit here and say who's got the best shot on the team, I think he's in that discussion for sure. And, he's going to probably be in the mid-20s maybe, goals-wise, by the end of the season. He got 19 last night. So for someone that's that age at 23, could this guy end up being a guy that could hit 30 possibly? Sure, I don't see why not. So I think that I would feel some disappointment because of his age and the fact that you think that maybe there's more to give. I understand that maybe there's a thought to say, well, could they get bigger and tougher and at the same time not lose the scoring? Sure. And as you also mentioned, too, age and experience and bringing playoff, veteran leadership, that sort of thing. Is that a piece of it that could be landed by trading Peterka? Sure, that could be a piece there as well. So the return matters for sure, but I don't have a lot of negative thoughts on when I think of J.J. Peterka.
Do you have a strong feeling one way or another on what they should do with Zucker today? Whether they should deal him or try to sign him?
Well, he's definitely been, I think, someone that's overachieved in terms of what I thought he was going to do, for sure. I think for $5 million in this league, I think his contributions are valuable if you can get him at that same price. I'm sure that the discussion on the contract when Kevin Adams last spoke, he spoke with Chopin Bulldog Friday about it, said that they're working on it. I assume it's all about term with Zucker because of his age. I got to think that the contract in terms of what he's going to be making would be similar to that $5 million, whether, give or change $1 million either way. I think they've got to think about, do they want to commit 3 years to Jason Zucker? And maybe that's what he's hoping to get. And maybe the Sabres would love to say, look, we'll give you a little raise, but we only want one more year coming back. I'm guessing maybe that's kind of where the hang-up is, that it hasn't happened already. But Zucker would be valuable for sure. You just can look at what he does on the power play. When the Sabres have him out on the power play, it's fairly effective. When he's not, it's been struggling as of late. He's done so many things this year in terms of being around the net, setting up others for possible scoring opportunities when they're on a man advantage. So he's valuable, and definitely, obviously, all the intangibles and the things in the locker room that the Sabres have said that he's been really, really helpful with. So it's tough to sit here and say, well, there's value in this player, and I just argued for it, right? And then you bring him back, like, well, okay, well, you have the same team. Like, how do you right? The definition of doing the same thing and expecting something different. Like, well, if you keep bringing back the same, don't trade Peterka, re-sign Zucker. Well, if Kevin Adams brings back the same team, I'll probably be the guy here ripping him in September. So I guess it's I don't want to argue it too strong either, I guess.
Brian Koziel joining us on the Western Hotline. Brian, Tee to Green this week. What's the plan as you guys get ready for Bay Hill, which is a good event? Another one of the big ones on the schedule.
Yeah, it was great golf yesterday. Elevated event at a course that maybe some people know the course really well. We are at Diamond Hawk Golf Course, Cheektowaga, right by the airport. So we're looking forward to going there. And we'll be talking a lot about the Arnold Palmer Invitational. Joe and I yesterday, I know we were talking a little about Rory McIlroy. He was playing really well toward the end of his round yesterday, and he seems like his mentality this year is a little bit different. He said he made a little change in his swing. It seems like a more swing that he would find to be more consistent over time or at big pressure moments. I'm really impressed with what I've seen with McIlroy so far this year.
We have a bet. We're going to have to make a spot on the bet board here, me and Brian. Just straight up, can he, not straight up, we were going to get a little bit odds, but will he just win a major this year? Which he has not done since the Sabres made the playoffs, I will just point out.
Yes, it's a long streak as well. I said yes, so I guess am I going out on a limb here with the second best player in the world, I guess? But yes, I think he's going to win a major.
Also, very quickly, why in the stats that I saw were like crazy. Why was Bay Hill playing so tough yesterday? Like there were only 12, or was it 14 players under par?
Scheffler said the greens were concrete, like players couldn't hold a green.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a huge piece of it. I mean, they had that shiny look to it yesterday that I think players were really having trouble. And the rough, they grew it out. It's super thick. They've been trending towards making, I think, these courses pre-Masters to get a little bit more tougher to help players prepare for the speed of the greens and things like that. But the rough yesterday was crazy too. McIlroy had an amazing up and down on one of these holes, but
18 out of behind the bunker, he was he was buried and he put it like 4 feet away.
Yeah, his short game's been better, his putting's been better, and he drives the ball. He's the best driver of the golf ball on tour for sure. With what he's doing yesterday, he said he hit his new 3-wood 305. I'm like, that's a 3-wood, and that's not on a tee. That's off from the fairway. That's insane.
Yeah. Brian, thank you. We'll be listening. Happy golf season. It's getting closer. We're getting there. And it should be a good event this week at the Arnold Palmer.
I agree. Yeah, I think with all these temperatures in the 50s, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the one or two courses that are always open, maybe give it a crack at some point next week, which I'm sure people will be excited about.
Yes. Good luck to everyone out there. Thanks, Brian.
Yes. Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
You'll be hitting, looking for a golf ball, and there's there it is. That's actually still a piece of snow left over. It's an ice chunk.
Right. I drove past a golf course yesterday that had the flags in the hole. And I'm like, are they open? Are they testing it? Those things. I'm sure the flags are not in during the winter, so they're not just left out there. Like there are flags in the hole. I'm like, is someone out there? I couldn't see anybody golfing though.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Give us a ring. We got lots to get to. When we return, what NHL great called out the Sabres during the game last night that wasn't on the broadcast? You see who responded to Brayton? Maybe you didn't. I don't want to say an all-time great, tweeting about the Sabres and their lack of response as Darlene mixes it up and Cousins is a passenger. We'll get you that story next. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Mike Giannetti of Spot Track to talk Bills cap situation, and Paul Hamilton coming up later today on NHL Trade Deadline Day. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. NBA season, of course, getting down to some really exciting times. Golden State, LA going for the West, of course. And when it comes to FanDuel, you can jump in on live betting with FanDuel Sportsbook. It's one of the nice things about it, one of the fun things about it. You're watching a game, you get a hunch about what's going on during that game, and FanDuel can help you get some live betting going. So go to FanDuel.com/white to do that, to try and jump on board if you, whatever, you like a Luka parlay, you like LeBron, how he's playing, live betting with FanDuel Sportsbook, one of the options available for you. So jump in, and with NBA fans right now, it's Bet 5, get $250 in bonus bets as well. That's Bet 5, get $250 with FanDuel Sportsbook. So go to FanDuel.com/white to take advantage of that, and FanDuel.com/white. $150 in bonus bets with your first $5 bet. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Okay, finally, somebody help your captain here. Darlene's fighting 3 different guys. Everybody's standing around here. It's this feisty Tampa line of Hagel, Sorelli, and Gordon pestering around the net. And again, you've got to put your foot down here. You're big guys. You don't have to fight, but you have to get people away from the front of your net.
Ray Ferraro on the game last night. Thought that whole thing was going to be addressed. I mean, I guess a player didn't get cheap shotted, but here's Ferraro begging Dylan Cousins or anybody to go in there and fight with Dahlin. Mix it up, somebody.
Cousins just standing around there.
Yeah, not engaged. And which NHL great jumped on this conversation? Answer is Chris
Olin
Pronger.
Nolan. No, it was just a guess. Sorry. Who was it?
Chris Pronger.
Chris Pronger did. In favor of, I'm assuming, what Ferraro said there?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
He responded to Brayton.
So he found Brayton's tweet, and then okay.
Pronger said, Ray always calls it like it is, good and bad in a very relatable way. He does an excellent job. As for what he's describing, he nailed it. So it's Chris Pronger.
Yeah.
Saying, hey, Sabres, throw somebody to the ice. Do something.
It's one of those things where if they don't think about it, it doesn't come naturally to them. Like it's not instinctual to Dahlin. It's instinctual. If there is a melee happening of any kind, Dahlin is in there. Like Cousins is like oh, I gotta think. I'm thinking about like, oh wait now just. It doesn't look like it comes instinctual to anybody that's out there. Maybe Greenway it does too, but it's not the team overall. There are Powers and your Samuelsons. I don't even think they're out there. I mean, Samuelson was out there, right? Those guys, I think, it doesn't come naturally to them. That kind of stuff.
803-0550, trade deadline day. Plenty of NFL stuff to get to. Trey Hendrickson. We should dig into that next. They shouldn't trade with the Bills, right?
The Bengals?
Yeah.
I don't think they should.
Like they should make the Bills pay more if they're going to try and get Hendrickson. Like
pay more or just not trade at all? Well, I mean, of course, there'd be a limit to that.
There'd be a limit. There'd be something where, okay, sure, we'll do it. You're giving us enough. And then I also read Bill Barnwell on the idea of the Bills trading for Metcalf. And the price he offered up as probably being too much, I think is worth discussing. So I'll get you that as well. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, wide open phone lines on a Friday talking trades. DK Metcalf, Trey Hendrickson, JJ Peterka. It's a trade Friday. Trade bait Friday here on WGR.
All right, I finally am seeing some clear skies. So the weather starting to turn a bit. The roads are going to be better, and that means winter should be over. You never know, though, with Buffalo. Did your car survive the winter? Did you get a cracked bumper along the way, a smashed fender, maybe something more serious? It's not a good look. Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. When my car needs work, I know where I go. I go to Clinton Collision. These guys are the real deal. They will bring wrecked cars back to life. Plus, they work with all insurance companies. No worry there. So if you happen to be involved in one of the many accidents that happened over the winter, be sure to call the guys I trust at Clinton Collision, 716-823-2000, or visit their website, clintoncollision.com. Sabres had a 2-goal lead last night in Tampa. They were up 5-3 at one point. A Jake Gensel hat trick helps lead the way for the Lightning. They come back to win 6-5 in regulation over the Sabres. Sabres, by the way, had a 6-on-3 for the final 17 seconds. Could not get a shot on goal. They now move on to the trade deadline, which is today at 3 o'clock. There was a rumor last night about J.J. Peterka, Frank Saravelli, and Renaud Lavoie both reporting that the Rangers were in advanced talks to trade for Peterka, but then you had Arthur Staple, who covers the Rangers, saying the Rangers were not in on Peterka. So we'll see what we get today. To football, Sam Martin, released by the Bills. Their starting punter has been cut, saving $2 million on the salary cap this year. Trey Hendrickson, who led the league in sacks last season with 17.5, has been granted permission to seek a trade by the Bengals. He is 30 years old and also looking for a new contract. Evan Ingram, starting tight end of the Jacksonville Jaguars, released by the Jags. They also trade Christian Kirk yesterday, who we thought was cut 2 days ago, but that hadn't gone through, so he goes to Houston for a 7th-round pick. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Trey Hendrickson was in the Bengals office today talking to Bengals brass, give him permission to seek a trade, and I do expect him to get moved. There's going to be significant interest. I would, of course, keep an eye on basically all the teams who would need one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, which is basically all of them. But among the teams, the Indianapolis Colts, they have Lou Anarumo, his former defensive coordinator. Last year with the Cincinnati Bengals, fired, went to the Colts. To me, this is the Bengals saying, love Trey Hendrickson, great player. His value is greater in a trade as opposed to Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, where they've made some level of progress trying to get them new deals. Their value is on the team. Hendrickson's value is not. Put it all together, and that'll be the Bengals who get on the field next season.
Ian Rappaport on the Bengals and their plans. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe, as we chat with you about all things trade-related. It's going to be a fun day, I suppose, right? Trade deadline for the Sabres and the Bills, whether it's a trade today or tomorrow or whenever.
Over under 1.5 trades we care about. Both sports. Today.
Oh, over.
Over? Sure? Does Yoki Haru for a 4th qualify as a trade we care about?
Yes, because trades that you get mad about do count.
All right. Wait, why would we be mad at that trade, though?
Because any trade for a 4th-round pick is going to make people mad.
Well, that'll make you mad, I think, because his 4th jar of olives, or is that dishwash detergent?
You know what? I'm gonna have to get that out and
get the chart back out
and double check. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to check the chart. Jar of olives. Is the 5th-round pick the button on a dress shirt that doesn't fit anymore?
Oh, right.
I forget.
That's right. That was one. And sorry, I don't think it was a dish. It wasn't detergent. It was a coupon for detergent. Maybe
a rebate for dish detergent.
Rebate, yes. Not even a coupon. A rebate.
Right, a rebate for dish soap. That might be like the 5th round, the 6th-round pick, whatever. Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Hey, how are you? Give us a call on Hendrickson.
Yeah, because he's interesting.
He is. I mean, listen.
He replaces Max Crosby as the. I would love to get Myles Garrett or blank. It was Max Crosby. Now it's going to be Hendrickson, I think.
Yeah. He's more reasonable, right? He's going to want a new contract. He has been given permission to seek a trade instead of asking for a trade.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It all comes down conceptually to what you want the Bills to do. And we're going to talk to Mike Giannetti of Spot Trek coming up at 7:30 about like the cap situation. What do you want them to do? I know what I want them to do. I want them to go in on a level that's never been gone in on before. Mm-hmm. I want them to burn the bridges behind them. Absolutely go in on everything and every contract. That doesn't mean that they extend every one of their own guys.
Mm-hmm.
It means don't tell me for a second they don't have the cap to pay player X. Of course they do. Make it happen.
Right.
Find a way. Redo deals, push as much money, live life like the Eagles. The Eagles did it. the Eagles model. Like I'm also getting a little obsessed about models here, right? The Eagles win the Super Bowl, Joe, and along the way, they just crash everybody with their front four. Oh, wow. Look at that. How about Howie Roseman? What a genius. I ask you, go to SpotTrack's page and take a look at the Eagles roster and what they have done. Mm-hmm. The Eagles model, it's so much about the Eagles model is a headline about how they win with defense. You know what they do? They pay for offense and draft their defense. That's the model.
Yeah.
Of their biggest contracts, they're all on the offensive side of the ball. Everybody. They pay everybody.
Mm-hmm. Is that still true? They paid that Zach Bond, the linebacker, recently, but that's still probably not top four for them.
Here are their top contracts. Bond just got into that mix.
Okay.
Hurts, Brown, Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata, Darius Slay, who they just released.
They released him, yeah.
Goddard, Devonta Smith. There's Bryce Huff. Barkley, Landon Dickerson. Top 10, I've got 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10.
8 out of the 10 biggest contracts of the Eagles are on the offensive side of the ball, including a $50 million quarterback.
Right.
Tell me about the Eagles model. I'm listening. You can spend every draft pick you want on your defense and just pay for offense. Just go ahead and do that. The Eagles pay 2 receivers big money, Devonta Smith and A.J. Brown.
Yeah. Meanwhile, if you look at their draft picks in recent years, this is very true what you're saying, because their first 3 picks last year went corner, safety, defensive end. The year before that, it went defensive line, edge, outside linebacker. The year before that, it went defensive tackle, offensive line, linebacker. So they've made 2 day 1 or day 2 picks in the last 3 years on offense, and they were both offensive linemen. So the last skill position player they picked like that was Devonta Smith, which they did now 4 years ago.
Right, which was a very high pick, and they took him and added him to A.J. Brown, who they, of course, traded for. So here are the Bills.
Is that on the same day? Did they do that on the same day? Smith doesn't predate Brown. They trade for Brown on draft day, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And Vrabel loses his mind with the camera in the room. So that was one of the COVID drafts. Maybe it's the same draft even. But no, you're right. They did it with Smith, and they hit on the pick, and we're good. We don't have to do that again for as long as Brown stays healthy. We don't have to do that again for 5 years at least.
Yeah, that's where I get to. What should I be thinking of? Because a common refrain about what they should do is they had a good offense last year. Should they run it back? Should they run it back?
The Eagles or the Bills?
The Bills. They had a great offense. Just run it back.
I don't think they should completely run it back. Can they run it back 90%? Run it back? Because I'm going to be on this point strong all offseason that they were second in the league in scoring, but they got some help with not. What was part of the reason they got to second in the league in scoring? One was they didn't turn the ball over at a historic rate, number 1 in the league in that, and something that Sal's pointed out a lot when talking about their special teams. They had the best average drive start in the NFL last year.
Turnovers from the defense?
Because their defense turned it over. You want to include that Codrington was one of the top returners in the league, go ahead. But returners or turnovers on defense helped that too. So you never gave away possessions by turning the ball over, and your average drive start was better. I'm not saying that is the only reason they were number 2, but it could be the difference between being number 6 and number 2, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe number 5 and number 2. So, what the Bills' standard should be is I don't want to just accept I'll get a little regression on both of those categories, and if I'm the 6th best offense in the league next year, I'm okay with that. You've been strong in this too, that I am not okay with them just accepting being the 6th best offense in football. They were second last year. I want them to be second again. And if I'm going to get regression in some other areas, I need to be better somewhere else. And the only place to really look for that is, I think, downfield speed and outside wide receiver.
Yeah, the idea of standing pat or running it back offensively for the Bills, I just feel like it might be a little strong to say a loser mentality, but McDermott will say stuff like this. You get to the offseason, you kind of tear it down and build it back up. What do we got? What can we do better? How can we improve? The Bills had an amazing offense, and decided that they wanted to be a yak-based offense instead of the offense that they had in the early portion of Josh Allen's breakout. And they did it.
Yeah.
So they didn't sit on their hands then. They made big changes, and they drafted Kincaid. And, agree or disagree, like they're always trying to find ways to improve. And the idea of running it back and just bringing back the same old offense, Joe, is anybody else in the NFL doing that? Who else is just running it back? What are the Chiefs going to do? The Chiefs are going to try and overhaul their offensive line again, probably get help on the offensive line.
There might be only one team in the league that doesn't, and is that Philadelphia? Because they're re-upping everybody and
Sure.
They're just paying everybody.
Baltimore went 14-2. They were the 1 seed. Did they run it back? They got Derrick Henry. And they didn't win. But Baltimore did not run it back. Baltimore said, let's get a freak show. We got to get better. We were awesome, and we have to be better. And I think the Bills should be living in that space. They were awesome. And, of course, they should want to be better because every time you hit an offseason as a team on the top, other teams are trying to come for you. And Josh Allen, of course, is amazing. Maybe the best quarterback in football right now. I don't like this I don't like this space we live in where we are now kind of getting used to, hey, he's amazing. He doesn't need help. He doesn't need anybody special out there with him. Look how good the offense was last year. They ran the ball amazingly with a great offensive line. Cook had a great year. By the way, he's immediately being cast aside by a good chunk of fans. Not everybody, of course. But Josh is so good, he's somehow convinced people that they'd be fine if they don't have anybody good. It'd be fine if they just have guys.
Yeah. I think maybe that's feels true to a lot of people right now because you just kind of did see it to some extent. They tore it down, and the expectation of the offense was, all right, we're about to see what the floor is. We don't really know what the floor is yet because they've had Diggs and they've had an elite, at times, you had to go back a couple years, but there was times where they had an elite receiving core. Like, all right, now let's see what it really looks like when it's torn down to the studs. And then it went the way that it did. So that might feel like that's the floor of the offense. And I just feel like there's not going to be a much, they're going to bottom out. If Allen is their quarterback, they're not going to be one of the worst offenses in football ever, or even maybe middle of the pack. But that doesn't mean you can't be better, and that doesn't mean you can't be worse than you were last year on offense, which, again, was good. It was great. They set the record for touchdowns in a season for the Buffalo Bills. So I can understand why someone would think I don't need to go all out and go trade for DK Metcalf and pay him $30 million a year. I can just do these modest move here, modest move there. Let me just sign Josh Palmer. That's me trying to get better. Let me sign Josh Palmer. I just don't have to go nuts because Allen is this good, and I've got all these other pieces out. My line is amazing. I've got a good run game, and that should be enough. And I can kind of focus on the defense. I can get to that standpoint. It's not going to be my preferred outcome, though, because I want to see them go all out and go get a Metcalf and be as good as you could be number one. I think you could be number one with this offense, and I would not want them to settle for just being like third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
I guess what I would land on with that is, how is that any different than what they have done? They have spent and poured assets into the defense. This is not a team that's been the Bengals. Right. They have outspent on defense routinely. The defense has been more expensive than the offense regularly with this team. What's different? They had a draft where they drafted defensive ends in the first and second round, and then the next year spent $120 million on a defensive end. And they draft in the secondary all the time. They've gone first-round picks twice in the secondary. I'm not mad about that. This idea that, oh, no, you've got to make sure you build your defense. I don't think they're ever going to stop. I guess it comes down to 2 years in a row they went out and drafted pass catchers.
And I mean, if you go, you can set the bar wherever you want. Their last 6 first and second round picks, 5 of them are on offense. So they have for 3 years now, they have started to move the meter back the other way. Problem is one of those is a running back, by the way, but still.
Yeah, one of those running back. And the previous however many picks on the offense were running backs.
Right.
There's a lot of running
But
backs.
since they drafted James Cook in the second round, it's tight end, offensive lineman, and it's wide receiver. So, but that's the thing, right? I only got one receiver pick, and I've got a tight end pick that just still is confusing, and we haven't seen the fruits of, and then it's a guard. So I want to give them a little credit for not just strictly drafting defense, but it hasn't been ideal for what I'd want them to do, especially at the receiver position. So I don't know, like running it back to me is more about the identity of the offense, isn't it? Than even just the players. It's do we want to run the ball as much as we did? Do we want to be built around the yak of the offense? Do we want to run a lot of screens? Do we want Shakir to be a 100 target player? Because to me, unless you trade for Metcalf, any move they make this summer, Am I right thinking the identity of the offense is going to be the exact same, just with a couple of different pieces?
Yeah, I think so. Right?
They're not going back to airing it out. Brandon Beane airing it out to, compared to what they were before. They still throw the ball a lot. But Beane, I heard on Pat McAfee a couple weeks ago, he said that he agreed with one criticism that was true of them for the first few years of Allen being an elite quarterback, which is they weren't, you've heard this before, they weren't built for Buffalo. That they would get to the playoffs and that they would get manhandled. And they weren't capable of running the ball, and they didn't have that other card to play. And
what side of the ball got manhandled, though? Like, let's be real about that. What side got manhandled?
It was the defense.
Right. The defense.
And he could have been talking more about the defense, but I don't know. The way the question was framed, it was more about the offense. So I wonder what he thinks of what they are now versus what they were before. I mean, I'm sure in a perfect world he'd like to marry the two together, and maybe that's all we're talking about. But he sounded like someone that's not going to want to ever be built again, where his offensive line is middle to below average, and the receivers are elite, but they can't run the ball. They can't, do all this other stuff.
I don't know. What's the path forward for them? They're right on the edge,
The path forward for them is most likely going to be go spend this summer. Like what I'm betting they're going to do. They're going to make one modest receiver move somewhere, and then they're going to go all out. They're going to do defensive stuff. Like they are going to,
sure, as they should.
They're going to sign a Josh Sweat, or they're going to trade for a Garrett or a Hendrickson. They're going to use their first round pick on defense. Like their defense, I think, is going to look. That's their path forward. Their path forward, I'm almost positive, is going to be the defense looks completely different.
Well, I teased going to the break, and I'll tell you what the answer is here. Bill Barnwell, ESPN, teams that should trade for Metcalf, best fits, and on and on. He broke down what a Metcalf new deal would look like. Like, let's give him a new deal. All right, how about 4 years, $128 with $75 guaranteed?
It's a little over 30.
Yes.
Okay.
You know what his cap hit this year would be
on that contract?
Yes.
Would it be like 14?
It depends. He has a couple different ways to break it down, but Metcalf on a deal, he's got it 4 years, $128, and then he goes on to talk about where he would fit. What could they get for him? He thinks not that much. You're not getting a first and a third. Like Diggs got a first. He was entering his age 27 season.
Yep.
Metcalf has not been he's not a true number one producer. He is very good at what he does. And he goes on to get right to the Bills. All right, the Bills. What should they offer? And he suggests Keon Coleman and says it's probably a little too much.
Coleman is too much?
Yes. If Schneider asked for Coleman as part of a return, a 1-for-1 would be weighed too heavily toward the Seahawks. But Coleman and a day 3 pick might be fair value. So Bill Barnwell says Coleman and a day 3 pick.
I understand why he would say that is too much, because it's money, right? Money is going to be a big factor here. You're getting $30 million for the player you're acquiring, and the other team is getting the rookie contract. But I mean, come on, I don't know. That's too much. One player is unprovably great, and the other one, like, at best, I'm at a maybe right now.
It would be very odd for them to give up on Coleman. I can't quite square the idea of them trading him with what they've said about him. The fact that they've said all that about him publicly almost means that they've lessened his value, right? Let's say that the Seahawks would have made that call, which, by the way, an interesting part of this, if you're talking about a Metcalf and Coleman trade package, which I don't really need to do that. I'm not giving up on Keon Coleman yet.
Well, if you trade for Metcalf, how much is Keon Coleman playing?
Plenty. The answer is Mac Hollins stops playing so much, which, all
right. But what was Coleman? Coleman, you're changing Coleman's role then, which I'm good with. Like
why am I changing Coleman's role? He can play on the outside.
He led the league in percentage of his targets being go routes last year. Those are now all Metcalf's. They should be, at least.
Maybe.
So he's not running straight routes anymore. He's doing underneath stuff. He's maybe lining up in the slot a little bit more often.
Sure, Metcalf's going to run in-breaking routes. Metcalf runs a lot of different stuff. The criticism coming out was he doesn't run the full route tree, but he runs enough. But you could have Coleman and Metcalf for sure. They're not similar players. Coleman's been very good against zone. Metcalf's very good against man. So you do have different skill sets, despite them maybe being similarly sized. But anyway, just to this point, if they were going to trade I was starting to get to the interesting thing. Think back to the Seattle game. Bills, they played Seattle this year.
Yeah.
What happened in that game?
Coleman, was it his best game of the year?
It might have been his best game. Coleman was great.
He bodied Tariq Woolen.
And what did Metcalf do?
He
didn't play.
Okay, that's why. I'm like, why can't I remember him? Yeah, he didn't play. He didn't play?
Right, he didn't play. Might
Okay.
be one of the reasons the Seahawks offense was really rough that day, because what does Metcalf do? Metcalf is, as much as Bean wants to say that they were better when Amari Cooper was on the field because defenses pay attention, Metcalf is a gravitational source. Defenses are going to rotate that way. Defenses are going to bracket him and cover him. And if you want to talk about a player that is going to go in and maybe he gets 80 targets, I don't know what the answer is or how many catches he gets, but if Bills fans saw Metcalf play against the Bills, maybe there'd be even more of a push to get him. But I forget who it is. It might be Kevin Cole. Somebody tracks how often teams trade for a player after that player had a great game against them, and or sign a guy. Oh, this guy had a huge game against the Giants, and then the Giants signed him. Coleman was very, very good against Seattle. So if you are the GM in Seattle and you think, all right, let's talk trade, I might take Coleman because I would immediately get younger, cheaper, and my fans might be impressed. They might think that guy's pretty good, and I might have thought that guy's pretty good too. So Barnwell said Coleman and a day 3 pick, and I'm just not sure. I don't know what the right pick is. I don't know what the right package is. I know I'm interested in the whole thing, though. I think it's awesome. It's a great off-season conversation, Metcalf.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, I am maybe a little lower than on Coleman for this because I just think he becomes my Gabe Davis then, doesn't he? If he's on the team and I've figured out a way to trade for Metcalf without using him. Like that's the part I'm trying to figure out, is like him coexisting with another big receiver move, especially one that is like the last time there was a chart from Matt Harmon on Metcalf reception perception, 19.6% of his routes were the go route, which was more than any other route except the slant. And Coleman last year, like comparing that to his number, he and Metcalf are two of like the top 5 receivers in the league at passes over 20 yards down the field, which we've said Allen wants that, right? Allen wants to chuck the ball deep. So I can have 2 of those. I guess that's the answer then, right? Allen wants to chuck the ball deep. I'm giving him 2 guys now that he can do that with, that do it in very different ways. Okay. Metcalf is running by guys. Coleman is, I just got to chuck it up and hope he comes down with it.
Alternatively, maybe you'd have somebody that's not Keon Coleman running those routes because now you have someone that is good at them. And that's Metcalf. Someone that when he runs it, they send 2 defenders toward him. Because that's another thing about Coleman, is he faced single coverage all the time. Defensive coordinators were not afraid. They did not send a second defender over there against Keon Coleman. And maybe as he gets better and better, he'll earn more double teams, but Metcalf gets double teamed. We got to play some of the highlights from Nico Tamurian, who was on with Sally yesterday, who he covers the Seahawks, went all in on Metcalf about how he's a good teammate and how he's probably underrated and he's drawing double teams all the time and whatever. Is he the perfect idea? I don't know about perfect. It's a good idea. And that Coleman trade that Barnwell floated, I mean, it's definitely juicy. 803-0550, we'll get a break in. Mike Giannetti of Spot Track on the other side to talk to us about the Bills cap, what they can do, what moves to expect the next couple days, because the league year is going to start, and if they're going to pay anybody, they still have room. They've got to make some room. Sam Martin was let go. That created a little space, whether it's restructures or extensions, much more to come. 803-0550 to join us here on WGR.
Sabres fall to the Lightning 6-5. They had a 2-goal lead. They blow it at the end, and they had a 6-on-3 with the goalie pulled in the final minute. Couldn't get a shot on goal. They fall again. 1 point out of 30th. Today's the trade deadline in the NHL. 3 o'clock is the final time to make a deal. J.J. Peterka was a part of trade rumors last night. There were 2 reports that the Rangers had advanced talks about trading for Peterka, but then Arthur Staple, who covers the Rangers locally, says that the Rangers are not in on Peterka. But he's a name to watch today. Henry Jokiharju likely to be traded. See what else we get before 3. Mikko Rantanen, according to Elliot Friedman, is likely to be traded from the Hurricanes to the Stars. It's dependent on an extension, though, with Rantanen and Dallas. To football, Trey Hendrickson has demanded a trade again, and he has received permission to talk to other teams. Last year's sack leader in the NFL could get traded from the Bengals, likely to be traded from the Bengals. Evan Ingram released by the Jaguars on the same day they trade Christian Kirk to the Houston Texans. And for the Bills, they released punter Sam Martin, which will save roughly $2 million on their salary cap in 2025. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Back and forth they go. Tage not been given much room for the one-timer, so he risks that one in and score. From the far circle and well out, Tage Thompson, when the one-timer was taken away, eventually decides I'm just going to wrist it towards Vasilevsky. And
one of the moments of the game brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Firth Jewelers. Great highlight there. Dan Dunleavy on the call. Tage, they take the one-timer away. He scores anyway. And the Sabres ultimately fall in Tampa today, deadline day. We'll talk to Paul coming up at 8 o'clock here on WGR.
When you look at a player like DK, he's still a big guy. He's really good off the ball. He's come up with some really big catches. And when you're taking a look at just this free agent market of wide receivers, it's not great. So I can see why there are teams poking around to try to see if they can get Seattle to move off this number here, at least off a first-round pick, knowing that, look, he could go to a team and quickly make a difference. But I do think he's going to need a team with a strong head coach. I was told he wants to go to a warm weather organization. Okay. So I think that cuts it down to some of the teams here that we're talking about that would be interested.
Diana Rossini there.
All right, good night on that one.
No, listen, we all want warm weather. We just don't always get it.
But if you could choose...
If I could choose, I would choose warmer weather. But I can't choose. So, that's how it goes.
It's not a great sign.
Mike Giannetti of Spot Track joining us on the Western Hotline to talk cap stuff, Bills cap. I sent Mike a message and said, are you due on the afternoon show? I feel like, Mike, we've got you on the station once a week, every couple weeks, especially this time of year when we're trying to dig into what the Bills can and can't do, how we could possibly see them work the cap, and what pie-in-the-sky ideas are feasible. So, good morning. Thanks for taking some time today.
Good morning. My pleasure. Yeah, it's a busy week for everybody here, and look, it's one of those years with the Bills that there's not a lot of clear path forward, right? It's kind of like a lot of guessing games that we have to assess here, especially with these trade requests and the window of contention that they're in. So it's a good time to talk it out.
So these pie in the sky ideas, you kind of said it there. The path forward, in years past, it's been kind of easy. A year ago, it was, sure, if you cut Mitch Morse, you'll save this. If you let Gabe walk, if you cut Poyer, Hyde, and Trey White, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here's your 6 moves to do. Right now, we're kind of waiting. Vaughn is the only one that we know would be obvious, and even that one I'm not quite sold on. Sam Martin. Mike, what are the ways that they can clear up space, and just how much room could they clear up?
Yeah, it's a complicated offseason when the punter is the first move they make, right? That's usually a sign that there's going to be some sticky moments here. The Vaughn one's sitting out there, and you have to think that there's just some back and forth happening right now about the possibility of keeping him on something similar to last year. But, the outright release is almost $8.5 million cleared, and oh, by the way, they're about $8.5 million over the cap right now. So, in terms of cap compliancy, that's a pretty simple one if you have to get to that point of the roster. And then it gets really complicated because now you're talking extensions to lower cap hits, and that takes time. That takes obviously upfront cash and a lot more minutia. So, I'm sure you've talked about those ad nauseum. There's a lot of ways to go here, right? There's no obvious cap cuts. There's no obvious just clearing moments. Even somebody like Kyer Elam, fully guaranteed. You need help with that one in terms of clearing cap space. So I'm not going to sit here and say they're going to start chopping the roster like they did last year because, quite frankly, doing that's not going to give you much cap space, and that's certainly what they're looking for over the next 3 to 4 days here.
Are we in a spot? I kind of haven't thought about it this way before, but do players have some leverage in this moment in certain circumstances, or teams alternately? Because there's a bit of a deadline, right? If the Bills want to start bidding on anybody and doing any sort of business and adding players, they know they need somebody to play ball or get out of town.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, that's exactly probably what Greg Rousseau's camp is doing right now because he's sitting there with a higher cap hit and a need for a contract. And I would imagine that most of these contract situations, Benford and Cook, to some degree McGovern, are in those boats as well. So, yeah, you've got agents sitting here using every leverage piece possible in terms of price points and timing and all of that. And that's certainly a situation that we're sitting here. And, oh, by the way, the Josh Allen situation might be the biggest one, which is highest cap hit, easy to convert, but $14.5 million of cash, so something's going to give there soon.
Yeah, so what would that look like? That's not an extension, right? Or it's just a pay? Would that be announced as like a pay raise that would also lower their cap this year?
I'm starting to lean more in that direction with 4 years left, right? It's just kind of unprecedented to rip it up and start it over, even though that's probably what he's worth right now, is a start over and a reset of the market, really, from the league standpoint. My guess is they do what they did last year, which is let's take money from a couple years down the road, make them happy, add some new incentives, make everything work, and then probably after 2025, it's no holds bar. We've got to start this thing over. Could be talking upwards of $65 million a year for a player of his caliber. So, I mean, it's just where we're headed, right? $300 million salary cap next year. So, my guess is sweeten the pot this year, and then we talk about gigantic numbers next offseason.
Mike Ginnetti, managing editor for Spotrac, joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of the start of the league year, which will be middle of next week for the Bills and for everybody else around the NFL. Mike, these big name trade bait guys, Hendrickson, Garrett, DK Metcalf, is the trade market, you think, this year maybe a little friendlier for these teams that are trying to get it done than years past, or at least for the Bills? Because while they have work to do, last year they were so stuck they couldn't even bring in a Brandon Ayuk because you need the room to bring that in and then redo the deal. They can get to a spot where they could feasibly do any of these big guys?
Oh, yeah. Look, as much as we're sitting here saying it's complicated, if they needed to free up $25 million room to bring in a big fish, they could do it, right? They could do it pretty easily, and they've got players that play ball in that regard. It's also, I think, an explosive trade market, and for a lot of reasons. There's a lot of players who are sort of aging out of their current teams in terms of what the financials are going to look like, and it's kind of a down free agent year, as I'm sure you've talked about as well, right? It's just kind of a stuck year in that regard. So for a lot of teams, especially teams in contention like Buffalo, I think that trade market is the best avenue forward for some of these positional needs. And certainly this edge rusher one is getting bigger and bigger every time we look at the, update the refresh X here.
I want to ask you about the Eagles and what they do. I was joking with Joe earlier, and I've been kind of on this little thing lately. I've been Eagles pilled. Like, my brain is now obsessed with what the Eagles do, which is they just spend more and push it later. Is it that simple? And is there anything stopping any other team from doing what Philadelphia does other than ownership committing crazy dollars? Like, how different are the Eagles financially in the way that they've been doing it?
Yeah, you nailed it. Howie Roseman gets all the credit because he's the one pulling the trigger on these things. But if Jeffrey Lurie isn't allowing him to do this, right, with signing bonuses basically every offseason to most notable players in that roster, it's not happening. And there's 31 other organizations that don't operate that way, that aggressively, that every offseason, right? So it takes a huge buy-in from everybody involved in the process. And, oh, by the way, it's also extremely risky, as we're seeing in New Orleans right now, right? They've been doing this for a decade without a viable quarterback since the Drew Brees era, and they are completely stuck in the mud right now. They're in a world of hurt to the point of where they're going to have to extend players they don't want to keep in order to become cap compliant. That's what's going to happen over the next 3 days in New Orleans, which is just bonkers. But that's the price you pay. When you love your quarterback, and I realize I'm giving a lot of credit to the quarterback position, it's that important. When you love your quarterback, you have the carte blanche to do something like this, which is just continue to roll over 2-year extensions and keep everybody happy in the organization and keep free agents wanting to join that organization. So it's a great model to follow when you're hitting on all cylinders, and when you're not, it is one of the worst situations to be in.
A great model to follow. This is another, as I've just kind of started to learn a little bit more about this, and of course, you know what you're doing here. Is it really, do you think that sometimes, I'm not making it about any team here, that the salary cap is used by GMs as an excuse to protect owners?
Oh, yeah, and to damper prices and to not sign players that they're a little fringy about, for sure. It's definitely still used as that, but I think that's going to go away. Not go away. It's going to diminish, and here's why. It's going up 11% every year. You're right. The cat's out of the bag, the elephant's out of the room. It's just too darn explosive right now in terms of the financials of this league and the revenue of this league to really turn around and say, we can't do this anymore. Now, you're going to have ownerships that won't spend to the cap, right? And there's a limit that they have to do that every couple of years. But you're going to have it's a bit of a cat and mouse here, Jeremy, where you're going to have the big guys winning and you're going to have the smaller guys sort of trying to keep up here. So it's a situation where Philadelphia is doing this, and they're doing this maybe better than anybody right now because of the current model. But because the salary cap is what it is, there should be at least half of the league going this route, pushing things down the line, constantly turning over these extensions, because it is the right way to be aggressive in this league with this revenue stream.
Is the narrative, for all the Eagles do right on that front and how it works there, are the Bengals the complete antithesis? Like, with the narrative is they don't spend. So how different, I guess, are they from what other teams in the league are doing, especially like Philadelphia?
Yeah, let me push back on that a little bit. They do spend. They have spent, right? They have given proper positions proper money over the years. Here's the difference, and it's kind of what we're alluding to here with the Eagles. The Eagles turn it over and over and over. They give you a 4-year deal. You get a new one in 2 years, or in Barkley's case, after year one. That's how they do it. Cincinnati gives you good, fair, above average contracts and say, we want you to honor these contracts. So the majority of their major players have finished their contracts. That's not going to happen anymore in this league, unfortunately, unless we get fully guaranteed contracts, which certainly doesn't look good right now. That's the difference. They want you to honor their contract, and to some degree, the Dallas Cowboys are very, very similar, right? Two of those teams that do spend cash but feel like they don't because they're not aggressively changing their contract structures over and over again. I think that model is probably going away, especially with free agency and this trade stuff getting so aggressive. But we'll see. It's two different ways to do it. It's been successful in both regards, but I think that the Eagles model is probably where more teams are headed right now.
Mike Giannetti, Spot Trek managing editor. Okay, so to wrap up then, Mike, do I have your blessing, whether it's viewed as irresponsible or not, to say, forget it all, push it all to 2030, you have Josh Allen, and spend on everything possible.
Just
I don't want to
rack up the credit card.
I mean, when Bean said I don't want to ever get to a spot where I have to tear it down with Josh Allen, I want to say I want you to have to maybe tear it down in 2030. Like, now is the time. I don't want to hear a word about responsibility. I need all of it.
I don't know why you wouldn't go that route. Truly, okay. Right? I put together a Josh Allen extension projection just locally because I'm a huge nerd, right? I put it into a spreadsheet. I tried to give the guy a $62 million a year contract. I was able to do it with $308 million of cash and keep his cap hits in the 40s for basically 3 to 4 seasons here, using the Philadelphia structure, using 5 bonuses out, baked into the cake. It's possible. It's possible to give Josh top of the market money, keep his cap hits within 20% of the league cap, and continue to aggressively sign this roster. Now, you got to hit on draft picks. That's the other secret sauce Philadelphia's hit, right? You got to hit on draft picks. You can't give away all of your draft picks. Like I know maybe some people want to do right now with a Myles Garrett or a Trey Hendrickson, but it's possible. It's certainly possible to just say, everything matters, everything works. Every offseason we're going to be uberly aggressive because this is the Josh Allen era, and we don't get these every year.
Right.
Just to wrap very quickly, it's two things, right? It's the draft picks, and you've got to. What was the number you said? Like, are you signing a $300 million check like today? Like the owner's got to have that ready.
Escrow right away.
Escrow, okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least 75% of that. That's just the going rate. Dak Prescott got about 80% practically guaranteed up front. That's where we're headed now.
Okay. All right. Mike Ginnetti of SpotTrack. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
Always great work. SpotTrack.com, Mike Ginnetti, managing editor. See, Joe, are you Eagles pilled yet?
I like it.
Listeners, everybody out there, are you ready? Forget it all. You got to do it all. It's time. It's the time. You want a Super Bowl? You're gonna have to go buy one. Garrett and Metcalf and Hendrickson. There you go. You heard it? All right. We'll get a break in. It's NHL trade deadline day as well. Paul Hamilton coming up top of the hour. We got to catch up on some phone calls. Lots to get to. Trades are sexy, and a lot of sexy trades out there. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here. Did you know that colon and rectal cancer screening is now recommended starting at age 45? And it's March. March is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month, a disease that often shows no symptoms until the cancer is advanced. But screening can save lives. So scheduling your screening, I got mine right when I turned 45, made the appointment, got it done, and the peace of mind is huge. And, of course, protecting your health is important. So Roswell Park and the men at WGR encourage you to talk to your primary care doctor about your risk factors and what colorectal screening options are right for you. That's what I did. Talked to my primary about my options and went from there. Visit roswellpark.org/colorectal to learn and be a part of March, which is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. Get your screening with the help of roswellpark.org/colorectal. All right, very fast before we get to Paul Hamilton. Maybe you watched last night's Sabres game, maybe not. Emily Kaplan, ESPN, on the broadcast said on the intermission that she spoke with Kevyn Adams during the morning and that Adams said he's trying to do something big. How specific was he being with that? Who knows? There's plenty of smoke around J.J. Peterka right now. They did extend Jordan Greenway. Zucker is a tough thing to figure out because he's hurt. You can't trade him if he's hurt. Anyway, Kevyn Adams tells Emily Kaplan trying to work on something big. Paul Hamilton, when we get back, it is NHL trade deadline day. Last day for months to try and see if the Sabres are going to change their course. We'll talk to Paul. You can join us, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street in Buffalo. If you're in the market for a vehicle, Riverfront Auto Sales, the place to go. I got my truck from Riverfront. We get all our cars from Riverfront. I go to Marty, have for more than a decade. They've been around for over 45 years, so they know what they're doing. And when it comes to buying pre-owned is a good decision to start with. You're saving lots of money. You buy a new vehicle, drive it off the lot, you lose tons of value right away. Why would you do that? Just buy pre-owned and save value right there, right away. And this month at Riverfront, they are extending their offer, double your tax refund. So up to $2,000. $500 gets you $1,000. $1,000 is $2,000 toward any vehicle on the lot. Plus, Riverfront has guaranteed credit approval. No matter your situation, they will work with you. Visit Riverfront Auto Sales today, 1379 Niagara Street, online at riverfrontautosales.com. You can call them, 886-1626. Visit them online. Take a look at their inventory. You can also sell with Riverfront and get an instant cash offer. To buy, to sell, remember the name, and get it done there. They'll save you. It's Riverfront Auto Sales. Online at riverfrontautosales.com.
Sabres fall last night 6-5. They did have a 2-goal lead at one point, 5-3, but they fall, had a 6-on-3 advantage in the final 17 seconds, but couldn't get a shot on goal. So they fall to Tampa. And now it's the trade deadline. 3 o'clock today. You often will get trades announced, though, about an hour after the deadline has passed, so you could hear some stuff from 3 to 4 today as well. There was a couple of differing reports on J.J. Peterka last night. Renaud Lavoie and Frank Saravelli up in Canada both reported that the Rangers were in advanced talks with the Sabres on trading for Peterka, but then Arthur Staple, who covers the Rangers locally, said that the Rangers are not in on Peterka. So nothing seems to be happening there now, but maybe a name to keep an eye on today. Henry Jokiharju, a name to watch as well. To football. The Bills release Sam Martin, their starting punter, saving about $2 million on the salary cap this season. Trey Hendrickson, who led the league in sacks last year, demands a trade and is granted permission to speak to other teams from the Cincinnati Bengals. So that's another top pass rusher on the market. The Jaguars moving some things around, releasing tight end Evan Ingram yesterday and trading Christian Kirk to the Houston Texans in exchange for a late 7th-round pick. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Mr. Paul Hamilton joining us. His appearance brought to you by Raylax. Honda Raylax, we got this. We have a Sabres game to recap and a trade deadline to look forward to. Jeremy and Joe, happy Friday, TGIF. Hey, Paul.
How are you?
Paul, is this the first time in your radio career that you've had to change a time due to a rocket explosion?
Yes, it is.
No one was injured, by the way, if anyone's wondering. But they're one of those SpaceX rockets blew up yesterday.
Yeah,
again.
so Paul's flight got canceled. Is this like the NHL where they put in parentheses the reason the flight was canceled, like canceled, parentheses, rocket explosion?
They usually don't tell you. This was one where they probably should.
Yeah, no, you had to go to the counter to get yourself rebooked and stuff. So, yeah, some selected flights. I happen to be on one of them, so now we're waiting to go to Miami instead of Fort Lauderdale.
All right. Well, Paul, Sabres losing streak hits 5 in a row ahead of the deadline. A game that was wild. Tons of goals getting scored, and they get out to a lead. You know, it's become increasingly clear, I guess, as the season has gone on, that they really don't have any trouble scoring at 5-on-5. They are a really good team offensively 5-on-5, and yet they are an absolute mess at most other things, which is kind of why they are where they are.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one of the best goaltenders in the National Hockey League basically said, here, you want to beat us? He wasn't good. Vasilevsky had a very off night, and if you're going to get 5 on him, you should always win the hockey game, always. I mean, there shouldn't have been any doubt, especially when you're up 5-3. And then Gensel gets a couple of goals within less than a minute, and now it's 5-5. And now Vasilevsky slams the door in the third period. You can't score on him, and you wind up losing a hockey game. That's just a hockey game. Good teams don't lose, and the Sabres seem to lose it on a regular basis. But to get 5 goals on him, and, you know, you had 2 bad luck goals against you to start off with, 2 winning off Sabres sticks. But you persevered and had a 3-2 lead at the end of the first period, not giving up a shot probably in the last half of the period. And so here you got a 3-2 lead. You're playing pretty well, and then you get it up to 5-3 lead. Then that's it. They wind up scoring 3 more goals, and even the lack of awareness at the end. You mentioned in the update about the 6-on-3. They probably could have had it for 15 more seconds, and if you have a 6-on-3 for 32, 35 seconds, you have a chance to set it up a little bit and move it around a little bit. But they were like, well, we thought they did touch the puck or something. Well, so you stop playing?
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't blow the whistle, so they basically stopped playing. So instead of having, let's say, a 35-second 6-on-3, they wound up with a 17-second 6-on-3, and they did have it set up where there were some people at the net, and Thompson did wind it up and try to get it to the net, and he got his shot blocked, and that was the end of the game. So there were opportunities. They had a 6-on-4 for the last 152 and couldn't score on that. So, I mean, there were opportunities to be able to at least tie that game and get it into overtime, but still, when Vasilevsky's going to give you 5, you better win that hockey game each and every time.
That last sequence, Paul, I know there's not a lot of time left, but it's almost as if they showed the back camera replay on the TV broadcast, and it's almost like the Lightning just knew exactly what the Sabres were going to do. They had 3 players on the ice, and all 3 guys are above the furthest down 3 Sabres. Like, there were 3 Sabres below all 3 Lightning players, but what did Tampa think they were going to do? They're going to move it from Peterka to Dahlin to Thompson. Like, they're just going to move the puck around and look for the one-timer. And, I mean, the shot gets blocked. How close is he to Thompson when he actually blocks it? Like, he's already out to his feet almost.
Yeah, he's on top of him, and that's the thing. If they find a way to get the puck to the net, you said it. That was the thing. You could see there were 3 Sabres there. And but you got to get the puck to the net to do that, and they didn't. And it's just another example of a team that is not good at all, just making mistakes after mistakes. And Lindy Ruff came in and was very frank about it, and he's not wrong. He said, "We need a save. We didn't get any saves in this game." Mm-hmm. And you wind up giving up 6. In a game that you probably should have won because you scored 5 on one of the better goalies who's not going to give you that opportunity all that often.
Yeah, there was a stretch from the second period against San Jose, Paul, to the 6th goal that goes in by Tampa where Luukkonen had allowed 11 goals on 39 shots. And obviously he hasn't been that bad. I mean, no one would, but I mean, it hasn't been going well for him. Would you say the season as a whole now? Like, can we put the season in totality together and like to this point and say it's not near what expectation should have been for him?
Well, he hasn't been good at all since the break. I mean, coming back, it just hasn't. I mean, there's been every game where you're looking at a goal that you should have that one, or you need a save there, or something like that. I mean, he's had stretches where he's been pretty good, but certainly not even close to what he was last year when it looked like the Sabres had a number 1 goalie in the last 35 games that he played, and played very, very well, had numbers that were some of the best in the league at the time. So it looked like, the Sabres finally have found their number 1 goalie. Now they got to find other things, and this season has not gone anywhere near as well, not even close. So now, which one's the outlier, this year or last year? I mean, you got to figure that out. Do you have a number 1 goalie? What's Levi going to look like after a season in the American Hockey League? And you're back to that again, where you thought maybe you had it solved by the end of last year.
Paul Hamilton joining us as we chat about the Sabres last night. And now turning the page to the deadline today, Paul. So last night, J.J. Peterka's name comes up quite a bit. We've mentioned him occasionally. I mean, Dylan Cousins' name comes up from time to time. Do you think there will be movement today from the Sabres in big ways, small ways? I mean, it's unpredictable, but the deadline, of course, is today. So if there's any direction to be had for the next time, any spot in the next however many months, today's it.
Yeah, no, you don't know. You can't say. You don't know what Adams is willing to give up. You don't know if he might get to a point somewhere and then say no on a deal. If, let's say, for example, the Peterka thing did happen, it might be a situation similar to Middlestat where, all right, you have Casey Middlestat, but then you're saying to yourself, we can't pay everybody if you're Kevin Adams, so what are they looking at now? Let's say that deal does happen. Does that mean they feel good about maybe re-signing Byram? Does that mean they feel good about somebody else maybe? And it's like, all right, we can't sign everybody, so somebody's got to go. Plus, this is almost 3 full years with this core. It's obvious it doesn't work. The Sabres are the worst team in the Eastern Conference and one of the worst teams in the National Hockey League. I think we've seen all we need to see about this core, knowing it doesn't work. So some of these guys got to go. I don't think you have to blow it all. I don't think they all got to go, but you can't just run it back again next year with the same core group because It's been proven this core group does not work well together. Maybe they're good individually, but they do not work well together.
Individually on Peterka, Paul, though, I guess, your point about the core is not wrong. The thing I would be saying is it's just so frustrating that the entire idea is to draft and develop, and here you have drafted and developed, and he's a nice player who scores you goals, is young and cheap, and that's probably, of course, why he'd be coveted. I just feel like for Sabres fans, it would be a tough one to take. This is supposed to be a success story, and to send him off, that's true for probably other players as well, but maybe him above all others, I want to say, would frustrate Sabres fans.
Yeah, but he's no longer going to be cheap, and there are still things I see in his game where I just shake my head going, what are you thinking? What are you doing? I almost do it on a nightly basis at some point, where it's like, what are you thinking there? I mean, and at times it just seems like he gets frozen out there. He certainly has a great shot. He certainly, can put the puck in the net. But there are other parts of his game where, to me, he just doesn't think fast enough. And especially on the power play, he clogs up their power play a lot. Where he tries to force a pass through, or he sees things that aren't there, or he holds the puck too long and then winds up giving it away and gets thrown down ice. I think a lot of what I'm talking about I see is when he's on the power play.
Paul Hamilton with us. Paul, how closely should we be watching Bo Byram today? If Adams has an idea or even just a worry that he might not want to sign long-term with the Sabres, what's the right timing then for him? Is that wait till the summer to see if he'll sign again, and then if not, you trade him? Or would that be a player that they should be thinking about moving today?
Well, unless he walked in and said, I'm not going to re-sign with the Buffalo Sabres like Reinhart did, then you might be looking to do it today, although I'm not sure you're going to maximize the asset doing it today. Now, again, he did go before the trade deadline last year to the Buffalo Sabres, so it's certainly not impossible. But, a lot of what we're sitting here talking about right now are trades that are more towards the summertime draft time, that time of year, than the trade deadline. Because I keep saying it's not that it's never done, but you don't see all that many hockey trades at the trade deadline.
Paul Hamilton with us on the Wester Hotline. So, what would you think? Do we get a trade from the Sabres today? Maybe two. Yoki Haru is going to be one that surely gets dealt, right?
Well, I'm not going to guarantee anything. I mean, you would think they're going to try hard. There's no sense keeping him around. I mean, they made it known how they feel about him when they only gave him a one-year deal in the last off season, and he has sat quite often. He's been a healthy scratch quite a bit, almost 20 times this year. So, I mean, they're not thinking that there's going to be room for him in the future. So, I'm sure they'll be looking for today to be a day to move him. But to sit there and say, well, they're going to make 3 trades, or they're going to make 1, or they're going to make 2, I don't know. I'm not sitting with Kevin Adams, and, you just never know.
Is it? He was shown on the broadcast a couple times yesterday. Is it odd for him to be on the road with them during the deadline and not back in Buffalo, or would that be normal if there was a road trip?
It's extremely odd. I have never, since covering the Sabres, I have never seen a GM on the road for a trade deadline, which means because you got to bring everybody with you. You got to bring your staff with you. You got to bring all your computerized notes with you. You got to bring your analytics department with you. Everything's got to come with you. I've never seen this before. It's the first time I've ever seen it, that the GM actually has gone on the road with the team and done the trade. Because I had to scramble. I didn't know until a couple of weeks ago that that's what was going to happen. So I figured, I was going to be back in Buffalo where the GM is, where I'm always back in Buffalo with the GM during the trade deadline. And all of a sudden, find out he's going to be on the road. So then you got to scramble and get flights and hotels and everything else. And watch your flights go down the drain because of rockets and, the whole 9 yards. So, yeah, it's extremely unusual.
Paul, would the NHL consider moving the deadline an hour if a rocket exploded around 3 o'clock, These deals come in after the deadline. We hear that every year. Maybe a rocket explosion could push them a little bit.
And, Joe was saying during the update, which is very true, there was one year I think it was around 4:30. We found out about a Sabre trade. So even in 2025, they blamed it on the fax machines back then. But even in 2025, sometimes these trades, they just don't get them in fast enough, and they're still announcing between 3:30 and 4 o'clock.
Would you remember what that deal was? I feel like I remember the Cassian-Hodson trade coming in or being learned about way after the deadline.
It wasn't that. I want to think maybe Kodalik was involved, possibly, but you know me trying to remember things. It sometimes doesn't work. So, but it was a trade that really took a long time.
Yeah, Paul Hamilton, as he wraps the Sabres with us. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, no problem, guys. Take care.
Paul's appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. NHL trade deadline today. The Caps are trading Ovechkin. Interesting. You imagine.
I just tweeted about this. Go ahead.
You want to Let's Get Stupid?
I was going to say I have an idea that I think has to be filed under Let's Get Stupid just because it's the Buffalo Sabres.
Okay.
So
let's each do a Let's Get Stupid before we check in with our senior goaltending correspondent Owen Parker.
Yeah, let's get Giant Goalie Son in here.
Right,
let's go.
Let's get stupid for a minute.
Okay.
I've got one for you. What would the right price be?
Okay.
You're a franchise and you're going to say, you know what? I think it'd be really valuable if Alexander Ovechkin broke the all-time goal-scoring title for us. Call the Capitals. Four first-round picks for Ovi.
They would hang up the phone. You wouldn't alert them.
And our top 3 prospects and our best player.
No.
If
I'm the If I'm the Capitals. This is going to be the great. Is it going to be the greatest? Winning the Cup's pretty good. The greatest moment in my franchise's history.
It's going to be one of them.
Maybe it has to be second to the Cup. It's not far off though, because this is a moment no other franchise gets. The Blues have a moment where they won the Cup. The Golden Knights have a moment where they won the Cup. You'll be the only ones that have that moment. I'm not trading it for anything.
So you're on the record as turning down 4 firsts, 3 best prospects, and my best player. You're on the record as turning that down.
All right, sorry. There's one thing I would do it for. I would trade it for McDavid, but that's
the Oilers.
I'd have to think about it though.
Yeah, you know what? Every Caps fan would be like, you know what? Ovi, thank you. I feel like the viewers on the West Coast should see you a little bit more.
Yeah. My Let's Get Stupid is not that crazy.
Okay.
So Rachel Dory, who covers the NHL she's one of the ESPN reporters. There are 3 contending teams, Colorado, Carolina, and now Dallas, who have all been told by Mikko Rantanen they are not willing to pay him $14 million a year. So therefore, he is not signing an extension.
Okay.
This dude is holding to it, even to the top teams in the league. I am not signing an extension unless I get $14 million per year. Every indication, all the reports, Friedman had it overnight, that this dude is not signing for anything less than that. And no one wants to give it to him. So, hey, no palm trees. What's one way to get a guy that his motivation doesn't seem to be contending team? He's passing on all these opportunities with elite teams. He just wants the money. So go give him the money.
That sounds like my kind of. I was going to say my kind of guy.
Overpay him. He doesn't seem to care. He just wants the contract. He doesn't. Would that turn you off? It wouldn't turn me off. I don't care if he values the money over the winning. He's going to score 50 goals for me.
Is he?
Or 40 goals, maybe. Yeah, he's one of the best goal scorers in the league.
All right.
And if you don't want to pay him $14 million, then you trade Cousins for a first, and bam, you've really only paid $7 million.
Well, this is a Let's Get Stupid. One other thing that's happened recently in the NHL world. So we decided to just start leaning on Owen Parker as our senior goaltending correspondent. And Owen comes in as a former goalie who's played an awful lot. And we say, all right, as a goalie, what did you think about this and this and this? And Owen, who's in studio now, I'm broadcasting from home, so you can see the wide shot of the guys if you're on the chat and on YouTube.
The chat's upset that Owen's not getting to sit in his dad's seat, which is the one that I'm sitting in right now.
That's right. Here's the question I have for you, Owen, as a goalie. We started this 4 games ago, and Is it a coincidence? Why did the Sabres goalies all decide to light themselves on fire once we started this segment?
I don't know. I think they just want to hear me talk on.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Since we started this, the Sabres have an absurd goal going against them every period, it seems.
Yeah, it's been crazy. I mean, last night.
A gem. Jeez. Yeah. How about Vasilevsky for this? What is it that makes him as good as he is?
And reached behind his back and
Yeah.
got the puck out of the air. Like, those kind of things are just kind of innate, like, gifts. And then it's also, he's a freak in terms of he loves the game and just knows everything about the game, reads every play, and has done it for forever. Like, how many games has that guy played in the last 8 years? Like, all those playoff games, it's so many reps. You're going to get more and more comfortable in every situation. I talk about that with the kids that I coach all the time. You need reps in order to mentally be able to identify what's happening all the time. And I think you're at an advantage mentally when you play that many games. You see every situation enough times, it becomes automatic. And I think that's where a lot of Vasilevsky's success, as he gets older and maybe that body breaks down a little more, I think that mental edge makes up for that. And that's why we're seeing him still have so much success now.
All right. Thanks, Owen.
No problem. Happy to be here again. I mean, I'd like, it'd be cool if one of
Let's talk about some positive goaltending.
Like if UPL gets a massive 45 save shutout, I would love to come on and say, like, oh man, you could really see how well he's tracking these pucks and he's reading all these plays, but that is just not where he's at right now.
No.
Yep. Well, 803-0550 is our phone number on NHL trade deadline stuff and Bill's ideas. Want to play the clip. If you missed Mike Giannitti from Spot Track about an hour ago, asked him a very important question, and he gave me his blessing to a degree on how the Bills should be operating right now, and I want all of us to get this energy about the next few years for the Bills being, yes, more like the Eagles, but no, not because of the way they rush for effectively. There's something more important at work. We'll play the clip from Mike. Get your phone calls, 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Trade deadline day in the NHL, 3 o'clock today, although you get some news on that usually after the fact. Nothing major this morning. There's Mikko Rantanen news, star from formerly the Avalanche, then traded to the Hurricanes. There was a deal in the works between the Hurricanes and the Stars that is reportedly not happening because Rantanen wants $14 million per year, and no one is willing to give him that, including Dallas. On the Sabres end, they lose last night to Tampa 6-5, and today there could be a J.J. Peterka deal to watch. Peterka last night, according to Renaud Lavoie and Frank Saravelli, there was a deal that was in advanced talks between the Rangers and the Sabres about Peterka, but then Arthur Staple, who covers the Rangers, said that there was no truth to that the Rangers are not in on Peterka. To football, the Bills releasing their starting punter. Sam Martin saves $2 million on the salary cap. Trey Hendrickson requests a trade out of Cincinnati. He's granted permission to speak with other teams. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Do I have your blessing, whether it's viewed as irresponsible or not, to say, forget it all, push it all to 2030, you have Josh Allen, and spend on everything possible?
I don't know why you wouldn't go that route, truly,
Okay.
right? I put together a Josh Allen extension projection just locally because I'm a huge nerd, right? I put it into a spreadsheet. I tried to give the guy a $62 million a year contract. I was able to do it with $308 million of cash and keep his cap hits in the 40s for basically 3 to 4 seasons here, using the Philadelphia structure, using 5 bonuses out, baked into the cake. It's possible to give Josh top of the market money, keep his cap hits within 20% of the league cap, and continue to aggressively sign this roster.
Mike Giannetti of Spa Track. Have a note from Tom Pelissero. Brown star Myles Garrett recently requested a meeting with owner Jimmy Haslam, who declined to speak amidst Garrett's trade request. Both sides are dug in. Cleveland refuses to even discuss a trade, while Garrett is preparing to miss games if he's not traded.
It's going to get ugly.
There you go.
Maybe there isn't a trade by the draft.
Maybe not. Maybe Trey Hendrickson is here's the other part of that, Joe. Maybe Trey Hendrickson is now the best idea if you want a pass rusher.
Yeah.
And the Metcalf point on if you want to trade for him, and 803-0550 if anybody wants to jump in with us. We'll take some phone calls. We've been kind of a little busy, a lot going on with the trade deadline in the NHL and, of course, all the NFL happenings. Metcalf, why could he get 30 if he does? Because the free agent market at receiver is barren.
Right.
There's nobody there.
Right.
And it's not a great draft class. I mean, you can still get some nice players there, but it's not like last year. So it is a good year as a receiver to hit the market because there's probably a lot of demand, and he's it. There's a quote from the Seahawks GM about how they're taking a lot of calls. A lot of teams have called, and if you're looking for like DK Metcalf ideas, I've seen the Packers, I've seen the Patriots, the Panthers, all these teams that feel
Patriots.
like the Patriots should definitely be interested.
But I'm laughing because they're always interested, and they never actually get it done.
Well, now they have
player.
Mike Vrabel, and their quarterback is promising. Like, they might have a better shot at some of these guys.
That's right.
Anyway.
Yeah, the market point is true. For defensive end, it's more flush, isn't it? Aren't there a decent amount of... I guess if Garrett's available or not is important to this, but you've got Sweat available. You've got a couple of other guys, Mack, as we've talked about. So Hendrickson, especially because of the age at 30, I mean, he should be. He's not 2 first-round picks at all. So I get to keep one of them, probably, don't I? I've got to pay him, and he's 30 years old. So one benefit of maybe a Hendrickson trade over a Garrett trade, even though I'm probably foregoing 2-3 years at the end that would still be good. Like maybe I get 3 great years out of Hendrickson, whereas maybe I could have got 6 out of a Garrett trade. In exchange, I'm probably paying him less, and I'm probably not giving up nearly the same amount of draft capital. Maybe, am I even getting him without giving up a first?
I don't know. But that's the other thing. So, a first. It depends on the team.
Right.
Right? Would a first be enough if it's 20th overall? Yes. Would a first be enough if it's 30th? Maybe not. I'd like to do the math on that. I did that yesterday.
Right.
When the report was a first and a third for DK Metcalf, it's important to know that the phrasing of that makes it sound really expensive. Meanwhile, a first and third for the Bills is half as much as a first and third for a team that's drafting 20th.
Right. Or more, 10 times less than New England,
Yeah.
for instance. If New England wants Metcalf, Seattle probably doesn't even bother asking them for a first because they would know you're not giving us the third overall pick or fourth, whatever they are, for that pick. So that's when maybe like New England's second round pick would be satisfactory, right? Because that's way closer to where the Bills are at 30. So that would be where the bidding starts there. So maybe, for Hendrickson, you would have to give it up just because you're late in the first round. That could give you an advantage, though. If there are teams that would balk at Hendrickson because they pick 13th and they don't think he's worth 13th, so they'll give a second, but the Bills have a late first, it depends what the price it would be on him. And I think I've not thought a lot about what his price would be. But again, if the overall point is it's Garrett's not available, this idea is way cheaper than Garrett.
If they'll trade with you. Which, let me make the case for Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. You want me to trade my best pass rusher to you, and you're in my way, and his job is to go after my quarterback that doesn't run away from people.
Right.
No thanks. There's trading with an opponent that's in your way. There's trading in the division. There's lots of different layers. Then there's giving them a weapon to hit Joe Burrow. I probably wouldn't do that. I'd probably make sure I send him to the NFC, is what I would do. A team that I don't have to play, in the division is one thing. You're guaranteed to play them twice a year. But the Bills and Chiefs are playing twice a year almost every year. They're not in the division. That's why I wouldn't trade with the Chiefs. And I wouldn't trade with the Ravens. And I would trade with the Bengals if it meant getting the better player, obviously, like the proven commodity. But Cincinnati trading with the Bills, I think that'd be a huge mistake.
I would like to see, I'm looking back, the Bengals don't make a lot of trades. I was trying to find, is there an example that shows that they would be willing to trade a guy in a division or within the AFC? But they really haven't they traded Joe Mixon to Houston, right, instead of letting him hit the open market.
So, speaking of that, Houston has done this now twice.
Yes.
Houston did it last year with Mixon, and they did it this year with reportedly Christian Kirk, where a guy's about to get cut, and they trade for him instead.
Yep. Yeah, they did it last year with Mixon. And now, by the way, Kirk, assuming he's going to play slot in Houston, which I would expect, that I think locks in the Diggs is going somewhere else.
Yes, I think so too.
Definitely not back.
Which could be Dallas, could be a bunch of different spots. He should get some interest. Even the injury is an issue, but he was playing fine.
I saw Kansas City pop up again for him as an idea.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
Go get DK Metcalf. Let's do it. I was so relieved. So I missed yesterday.
Yeah.
You guys didn't even get to hear me freak out about the potential of the Bills adding Christian Kirk and being terrified of it.
Because he's friends with Allen.
And I just did not want to get to a spot where we were going to have to do the whole, he could probably play on the outside. No. He did that in Arizona, and then he got to Jacksonville, and they pretty much stopped doing that. They put him on the inside. They put him in the slot. He's a vertical slot. He's a receiver I do like. He's just, the Bills have him.
The only defense I had of that is a little different than like Shakir, for instance, is he was pretty good in Arizona when he was playing on the outside. And if you look at the receivers around him in Jacksonville, he kind of had to play the slot because they're not putting Gabe Davis in the slot. I guess Brian Thomas Jr. could have done some of that, but he's so explosive, they don't want him in there. And who was I thinking of that it was before that? Whoever it was, since he got to Jacksonville, he's kind of been surrounded by guys that only play on the outside. But still, even if that's true, he still hasn't played the position you want him to play in 4 years.
Yeah, right.
Or 5 years even.
And when he did, his numbers against man coverage are just not very good.
They were just okay, right?
Yeah, that's where the Metcalf thing for the Bills comes in so specifically. They face a ton of man coverage. He would change how teams play them because he beats man all the time. He would get double teams. You want Kincaid, you want Shakir to have more room to operate. I just feel like Metcalf would give them so much more room than anybody else they have. And Cooper's not under contract. So, anyway, 803-0550 is our number, 1-888-550-2550. NHL trade deadline day today. Joe, I can tell you a story. It's like Grandpa telling you what deadline day used to be like. You know what this day used to be? You probably do remember some of this.
I do. I remember when I turned on the Trade Center show on TSN before Twitter, which was just... Yeah. You know, you didn't know when a trade was coming. It was the sounder, and then the graphic comes across the screen. All right, Bob McKenzie's going to hope it's the Sabres. And then it never was. Almost never was the Sabres. You get so excited, though, when that Sabre graphic would pop up on the screen.
It's just, I try to think of something in sports that's, I mean, the draft is like this, I guess, too. But like, there's so much hype, and the delivery is just often meh. But this day used to be, I would work the morning, and then I would come back in with Bulldog and do the afternoon. I was so excited to work trade deadline day. I would willingly work 8 hours on the air.
A double.
Let's go. Double shift. Who they going to trade for? And, you know.
Just Bulldog? Where's Mike?
He almost always has this day or this week off.
Okay. Yeah, he's off today.
There you go.
So Mike's never been a fan, maybe, of the NHL trade deadline, he hasn't missed much. I mean, the Brad Boys trade, for instance, way back when.
Who else have they traded for? What's the deepest pull of Sabres trade deadline acquisitions? And the answer cannot be Bob Corkum, because Bob Corkum became so well known. Howard coined the phrase Bob freaking Corkum, of course. That can't be the deepest pull. The deepest pull
acquisitions.
Yeah,
I've got one that's more recent. Do you remember when they traded at the deadline for Wayne Simmons, despite being 14 points out of the playoffs because they wanted to play meaningful games in March?
Yes.
And then he played 7 games for them, I think. That was the pandemic shut things down. But
the same year they traded for Dominic Cahoon as well.
Okay, that's a pretty deep pull too. Yeah, Simmons was the first one that came to mind for me. What about the group of Torres, Boys, Zubris, Dominic Moore, these ones are all kind of easy to remember for me because they all kind of feel like they're the same.
Yeah.
Even though Zubris was actually pretty good.
Who's the one that we dreamed of the most, thought it could happen, and it didn't?
On the deadline?
Yeah.
Maybe this was ridiculous. This was maybe the first deadline I remember Twitter existing for. This is 2012 or something. And if you remember that timeline, Ovechkin was having his worst 2 seasons ever. He was scoring in the low 30s. Adam Oates maybe was his coach and just couldn't figure it out. And I remember there being an hour on Twitter where there were Ovechkin rumors. And again, Twitter's in its infancy, and all I was seeing was the picture of Ovechkin and his Sabre jacket as a child being passed around. So I was a kid. I was in high school maybe at that point, but there was an hour where I thought they'd get Ovechkin. They did not.
803-0550.
Beyond that, though, I don't remember ever having the first name popped in my mind is Brad Richards. That's a free agent. What's the Brad Richards equivalent of the trade deadline?
I don't know. It's July 1st. Randy in Blue Point, real quickly before the break. Hey, Randy.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Listen, I was talking about the Sabre trade. A Sabre trade. They need to trade to get tougher. That game last night was disgusting, where twice 3 Tampa Bay players were surrounding him, and they were all taking shots at him, and not a single player stepped in there to stop it. And if you're going to trade a J.J. Peterka, you better get a DeAndre Miller type back, because there's no toughness and there's no team togetherness at all.
Keandre Miller of the Rangers, defenseman.
Correct. I mean, if you're going to trade him to the Rangers, you got to get somebody back like that. You got to get somebody tough. You got to get a power forward who's not afraid to get into the scrum of it, and somebody who's a leader that could bring this team together, because they're a bunch of individuals. They're not playing as a team. It was awful last night.
Yeah. How do you like that name, Joe? He's big. He's a
I
big
like the
defenseman.
player. He's a big defenseman. I think he's right shot. Also, shout out Randy for not saying the name Matt Rempe in that call because I was bracing myself for Rempe's name.
6'5", youngish defenseman, right?
Yep.
25 years old.
I'm thinking a little bit of Adam Fox after learning he doesn't have any trade protection. Keandre Miller, 6'5", 210. He's a left shot defenseman. 25 years old. Good defenseman. Would that get me excited? I don't know. Trading Peterka would be a thing. It would move the meter.
Yeah.
It might not move the meter necessarily in a positive way, but it would be like, okay, let's see what we have here. It would actually get you up for it.
803-0550, more your calls when we return. I think we're going to have to do a what's going on in the chat today because it's been a spicy day in the YouTube chat. You can pop on, watch, join us, whatever. 230 people watching. I don't know if that's a career high for the morning. We're up to 230. Not bad. Give us a ring. It's a Friday. Is it sunny out?
Yes.
You classify it as sunny?
100%. No, I see one cloud in the sky.
Good. Yeah. It's good. We'll get a break in 803-0550 on WGR. Jeremy White here for Whalen Brewing. Here's a story about Whalen for you. So you're going to start seeing their 16-ounce cans. You're going to start seeing them maybe in more stores than they've been in before. And I just went to the local place where I often get beer. And sure enough, I'm looking for the Whalen, and I see 3 empty spots. And what's there? Whalen. It's gone. Everybody knows. People already know. It's no secret. When it comes to great beer and a great spot, Whalen. Perfect venue for, well, pretty much anything you want here. 18,000 square feet of space, private patio, beer garden. As the weather gets nicer, it's going to be beautiful outside at Wayland. And they can accommodate up to 200 guests in their Wayland Hall. So if it's a bridal shower, baby shower, wedding, corporate event, holiday party, graduation, whatever it might be, fundraisers, they've got lots to offer you. Customizable menus featuring favorites from their sister restaurant, the Grange Community Kitchen. And for a limited time, book a midweek event with 75 or more between April and July and pay 0 room fee. So plan your celebration at Wayland. All the things they offer, from the beer at the store, which is top-notch. I love the Super Deluxe and the case study. Always looking for that. The case study is the new Westie. Lots of great beer, lots of great ways to celebrate with Wayland Brewing. So get to Wayland, find your way to great beer with Wayland Brewing. Very quick update. The story is on the Bills' new stadium while we're watching it be built, that it's way over budget. And Ben Fisher of Sports Business Journal reports up to $2.2 billion. And because the team agreed to be responsible for all overages, that the Bills are on the hook for $800 million, and they have asked the NFL for an exception to the NFL's debt limit to borrow another $650 million.
All right, well, I can kiss my Mikko Rantanen idea goodbye, I think.
Yeah. There you go. The stadium is going to be more expensive than the team. I mean, it was already going to be about equal to what the Pagula's paid for it, but man, $2.2 billion.
How much are they? Is that debt number?
600. How much more they asked for? What do you mean?
That they're going over the debt limit by the NFL debt limit?
The NFL debt limit apparently was the original plan included $200 million in debt for the team.
Okay,
they contributed $275 in cash and PSLs, of course, state and county, and with the extra charges, the Bills are now paying $1.3 billion.
Oh well, Forbes estimates the Sabres at $1.1 billion. That's not going to happen, though. I think
we have a wide open segment. We'll get to some fun stuff on the other side. DK Metcalf, what do you think? I missed yesterday. I'm here to bang the table for it. Say yes. Seahawks GM says they're talking to a ton of teams. Okay. Let me see it. Let me see Brandon Beane in sunglasses going out to Seattle to get that done. Finish this out. Win the Super Bowl. And, of course, address the defense. Next hour, what's going on in the chat? Joe tells me he has some good trade deadline trivia. It's NHL trade deadline day, and lots of smoke around J.J. Peterka maybe getting moved. So we will keep you informed, bring you the latest rumors, and, hang out on this sunny Friday. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Deadline day in the NHL. After the Sabres fall 6-5 last night to the Lightning. They were up by 2 goals in the second period. They fall 3 straight goals by Tampa, hat trick by Jake Gensel. To today, there was a report last night that, 2 reports actually, the Rangers were in advanced talks to trade for J.J. Peterka, but Arthur Staple, who covers the Rangers locally, says that is not true, that the Rangers are not in on Peterka. And that's where we stand on that at the moment. Deadline at 3 today. Often you'll get trade news coming in the hour after, though, as well. So could get some up to 4 o'clock, maybe even after. To football. Tom Pelissero reporting. Browns star Myles Garrett requested a meeting with the Browns owner Jimmy Haslam, who declined. And now both sides are dug in. Cleveland will not discuss a trade, and Garrett is not willing to discuss an extension. So that's where they stand. Trey Hendrickson is on the market. The Bengals star pass rusher who led the league in sacks last year has been given permission to seek a trade with other teams. The Jaguars doing some roster management yesterday by releasing starting tight end Evan Ingram. They also let go of Christian Kirk to the Texans in exchange for a 7th-round pick. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
That's sales buddy and Seahawks expert, analyst, Nico Tamorian. He was on with Sal yesterday. I listened to that segment. It was comprehensive, Joe. Just, you should like this idea of every bit of it. And he even went on to talk about how, this isn't a diva. This is not a guy who's a diva, which I reject the notion on its face for any receiver to that point. But for those of you that do care about that stuff, he's not a diva, apparently, is what Nico said. So, I would encourage, if you go back and find it, Sal yesterday with Nico Tamorian, which is great. Very good stuff on DK Metcalf.
Mm-hmm. Would he wear number 14 here?
Maybe.
Sure, right?
Yeah, why not?
Did they already give that number out? They don't care, right?
They gave it to Chase Claypool.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're definitely willing. I do not remember that. Okay.
It is funny looking back to last year. Like, oh, yeah, the receiver conversation last year. Training camp was about Chase Claypool and MVS.
Yeah.
And KJ Hamler. And
Tyrell Shavers.
So anyway.
You're right. And none of them made an impact.
No.
Or were even on the team, right? How many made the team?
It was also about
Shavers played, 3 games on the season? Hamler didn't
not just
see
that
a
about
snap.
Shavers. It was about how Shavers had an amazing camp.
Right.
And then didn't really make the team. He was on the practice squad and elevated a couple times.
Yeah.
He did lead the NFL in yards after catch per reception, though. Tyrell Shavers.
What, 70?
Yeah, it's good. 803-0550. The receiver train. You made me a nice, meme, GIF.
Yeah.
Whatever. What do we call it? It's a meme, but it's a moving meme. What's the word for that? You had Metcalf.
It's still just a meme.
It's still just a meme? Okay,
Yeah.
I feel like a meme is a picture, but all right, if it's moving, it can still be a meme.
Yeah,
I think Metcalf
that's probably right.
Chasing down Buda Baker, and in the meme, it's the wide receiver train chasing down Brandon Bean.
Yeah. Is it weird at all that his most memorable play is like a tackle?
No, because that's such a memorable play.
Yeah. Well, that's one. So we let in with our guest yesterday. Who was our Seahawks guest yesterday? Mike Lefko. Who covers the Seahawks. We played that clip coming in, and he said he was a little less positive about the idea for a team acquiring than Nico Tamurian was. He said it's kind of a perfect representation of Metcalf's career. That play is he's not to say he's not a good receiver, but that he is a superhuman athlete and a pretty good wide receiver.
Yeah.
That the body and the athleticism doesn't actually line up to how good of a receiver he is. And this is half kidding. But in reality, you look at DK Metcalf, he should be the best receiver that's ever played the sport.
Hey, guys, Terrell Bernard, 4-year, $50 million contract extension with the Bills from Ian Rappaport.
All right.
Thank you, breaking in
Thank
Terrell Bernard. Hey, by the way,
Terrell Bernard, 4 years, $50 million, $25.2 million is guaranteed. And of course, he wants you to know who the agent was.
Yes.
On this one.
Oh, it's huge.
Sports Star NYC.
Joe, who has Sports Stars NYC in our Dynasty agency draft?
We really should have one of those. Ron Slavin, the agent. 4 years, $50 million, $25.2 million guaranteed. So that is per year, which is really not real. We have to remember per year. That's what, $12 million a year, roughly.
Yep.
12 and a half.
So, big point to be made here. Whatever, they're not going to save a ton of money with this because Bernard would have been cheap anyway. But I feel like we got something right when we were guessing who they would sign.
Yeah.
Who did they sign? They signed Shakir and Bernard, and you can make it about anything you want about leadership. And I'm not telling you you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
The two guys they signed are the two guys they would never have dreamed of using the franchise tag on.
Right.
That's it. Shakir was never going to get the franchise tag at the end of next year.
Yeah.
And Bernard would never get the franchise tag. So because of that, the negotiation has you got to put the pedal to the metal.
Right.
We're going to get these guys done. If we get to this spot next year, they hold all the cards. Let's sign them now. So for the Bills, that is being proactive. I know that we'll hear a lot about Bernard. They lock him up because of his leadership, and that's not wrong. But if he were a linebacker that they were willing to pay $27 million, then they might go a little longer. If you want to do the order of things here, you know who's next? I bet I know who's next.
Benford. Oh, unless you think it's Cook.
I think Rousseau's next.
No, Cook would be last for this. Rousseau is next because of how big the franchise tag number would be?
Yes. We talked about it with not just how big the franchise tag number is. We talked about this with Mike Giannetti of Spot Track. Rousseau, they need to redo him to get his cap number down, to get under the cap.
Right.
So if they're balking about money, we got to get this done because his number is huge, and if we can get his number down to $5 million, we can save double digits on the salary cap and get to work on the rest of the team.
Yeah, I would expect though that the Rousseau deal is not going to be nearly as easy of a decision or even a negotiation.
I agree. I don't anticipate it will be as easy.
Yeah,
but I don't think it's whatever. Like you have a franchise tag on Rousseau if you need it, but you need to get Rousseau's number down this year. That has to happen.
You do, but are you confident he's a $20 million a year defensive end?
I am not.
Because Bernard,
you know I guess
Bernard and Shakir getting the money they did is like, all right, that's about seemingly what they're worth. Whatever the projections I see on Rousseau are, typically it's like a little squeamish of, I don't know, like I might rather take that money and do something else with it at the same position even. I would just, he's a very good player. He is one of the best run defending edges in the league. He's got very good pass rushing numbers, but he is not an elite edge defender or pass rusher by any means.
No. He's good. And good gets paid a lot of money too.
Right. But, see, that's the thing. Good, Bernard's good. Shakir's good. And it costs you, relatively given to the cap and how we've talked about the cap today, like it's not that much what those guys got. If I start climbing towards like $25 million for Rousseau, maybe this is a good part of the point though, is tell me what the number is on that. I don't want to go too far because, again, we've kind of explained today, we had Mike Giannetti on that, just spend. You're good. Structure it in a way that it works for you. But I'm more confident in doing that with players that I know are amazing. Or at least great. Like I'm fine doing that with a Myles Garrett or a Trey Hendrickson because those are dudes. Those are best at their position in the league. Do I want to do that with a guy that's pretty good?
Yes.
Like Greg Rousseau?
Yeah. That's how guys get paid because what's the alternative?
The alternative is I don't know. The alternative is you say, all right, you're going to Tremaine Edmonds it. He's pretty good. We don't think he's worth what he had. So, all right, in this one instance, we're going to have him play on the team for $13 million this year, and we'll make our restructures in other places because we're not willing to pay him yet. We're not confident that he's good enough for the massive contract at that position that he's going to require. That's what they did with Edmonds.
I guess it comes down to leadership. I guess it comes down to how they feel about him running the defense, right? And that's not big money, by the way, either, right? 4 for 48 for Bernard.
For Bernard, that's not bad at all.
That's $50 million, 25 guaranteed.
Yep.
It's he stays. He's good. He stays. He runs their defense.
Yep.
4 years, $50 million, 25 guaranteed.
25 guaranteed makes me think before we see numbers on this that it's more probably like a 2-year deal that would be hard to get out in the 3rd year, but in the 4th year maybe it would be pretty easy. Not to say that anyone's in a rush to get rid of Terrell Bernard, just the guaranteed number being only half like that, you treat it less like a 4-year deal, maybe more like a 2 or a 3-year deal for Bernard. And he's good.
He's good.
He's good. He's got some deficiencies. He probably isn't as consistent as his predecessor at that position, but he probably makes 10 times the splash plays, right?
Yep. Let's get a phone call in here. Mike in Connecticut is still with us, or is Mike gone?
Mike's here. What's up, Mike?
Mike's here. Hey, Mike, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
So my original call was about Greg Rousseau, and that was before I heard about the Terrell Bernard extension. I just want your guys' opinion on it because I think Greg Rousseau is a good player. I don't think he's a great player, but I think he continues to ascend. And last year I thought, and granted it was preseason, but he had a huge game against the Steelers in preseason, and then he opened up week 1 with 3 sacks against the Cardinals. And to me, maybe because we're getting closer to free agency, maybe we do see a Rousseau extension. But kind of where my head is at is if it doesn't come, it seems to me that it is very like a Tremaine Edmonds situation where they just may move off Greg Rousseau because maybe that number is too high for them. But I'm kind of concerned. I'm not kind of concerned. I am concerned about the defensive line as a whole because, Von is not going to play at what his contract number is. It's either going to probably be a pay cut or a release, and it's like we need pieces there. So I know Rousseau would drop the cap. His cap hit from 13. I think you could save $9 million on it. But to me, if the Bills are in hesitation with that as a lever to pull to lower his cap hit, it doesn't seem like they may want to extend him. Although if they extend him, great. If they don't, I think he is someone who's replaceable. But something I didn't think to. I'm sorry, you can go.
No, I had a point to follow up with. Keep going, Mike. You're good.
I was just going to say, just with the Terrell Bernard news, I haven't been on Twitter since you guys announced it, but it just you have to think that's just another domino that's going to fall where James Cook is going to be the odd man out getting paid. And honestly, I'm not in the market to pay a running back. If we traded James Cook, I think his value is never going to be higher. But I think the Shakir and the Bernard deal, I think they're both home runs. And obviously, you look at the guaranteed money. Like I'm kind of into the salary cap because I don't really follow many sports besides football. And a lot of projections, I think those are really good deals for the Bills. And to have leaders on both sides of the ball get extended for a long haul is really, really important. So
Mike, did you catch our conversation with Mike Giannetti this morning at 7:30?
I did, and I have to go back and listen. I got to work, and I didn't get a chance to listen early this morning.
Well, it's your homework assignment, so go back and listen to that if you can. Thanks for the phone call, too. What I was going to get to, as you're talking about, how eager are they to extend Rousseau. All right, I'm going to bring this Bernard contract and a comparison about the Sabres, okay?
Okay.
And it's not a bad one. But the Sabres just extended Greenway, and they might extend Zucker. And if they do that, every forward is under contract or on RFA, and the question obviously becomes, where is there any space for people?
Right.
Where is there space for a player? Anybody. Let's do that with the Bills. Specifically on defense. Bernard, signed. Rousseau, if he gets signed. Oliver is there, signed. You expect Benford. Rapp.
Yep.
Milano now? Like, how many jobs do I have? If I've got 10 draft picks, I'm the Bills. I've got 10 draft picks, and I've got free agency to get to. how many jobs do I have? How many spots on the roster do I have? They're going to add 40 bodies by the time it's all said and done.
Yeah, but like meaningful.
How many meaningful? Yeah. How many competitions will there be at training camp next year? 3? Less? How many draft picks will have How many draft picks will have the opportunity to make a difference?
Right.
How many? On offense, is it 1 if they take a receiver? On defense, is it 3?
Yeah.
Ideally, and that's if you don't go out and sign guys in free agency. What I'm getting to is this team is pretty close to complete, and we're looking for blue chippers. And every time they lock a guy up, like a Shakir or like a Bernard, especially if they're guys that are not break-the-bank guys, those are now, like Joe, etch it in stone, that position is filled for the foreseeable future, and a draft pick can't take it. So how many jobs do I have available? How many picks do I really need? If I had 3 jobs available, how many draft picks should I spend on those 3 picks, on those 3 jobs? 6?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
7? I don't need all these picks. Free agency. Not a great class in free agency, but a couple of KG. What I'm getting at is they're the kind of team that should, of course, a second-round pick for DK Metcalf, we can afford to do that. We have 2 seconds. A second-round pick for Trey Hendrickson, if that's what it costs.
Like players that come in over top of the guy, not in competition with, but guys that would like clearly come in over top of guys that are, again, like good, okay, fine. You know, the guys that are studs at those positions, and that's where like Rousseau is. We talk about the Eagles a lot today. The Eagles. They're doing all this contract maneuvering and the way that they're structuring things, but they're also letting go of guys that are only pretty good. They let go of Hassan Reddick a couple years ago. They're going to let go of probably the 2 defenders this year, Josh Sweat and Milton Williams, right? Mm-hmm. They let go of Darius Slay. They let go of, who was the other guy that wanted to get paid last year that they let go of? There was another
Huff?
one.
No.
Was it Bryce Huff?
Bryce Huff signed with them and didn't really play.
I forget who the other one is. But either way, there's examples of they've got guys that are good, ready to get paid, and like, no, we're going to let you walk because we're going for the elite guys. There's rumors they're the other team that wants Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
They are letting Josh Sweat, that is their Greg Rousseau, Josh Sweat. And they are about to let that guy walk, most likely, and they're the team that's like the favorites to get Garrett. So there's a philosophical thing a little bit there about Rousseau of he's good, but do I want good? Do I want to sign good? Or do I want to keep that available, that big contract available? His spot track projection is 4 years, $100 million. Do I want to keep a contract like that available to go give to somebody that is provably better than Greg Rousseau? It's hard to get that guy, but there might. Trey Hendrickson, he's available.
803-0550, our phone number. Terrell Bernard, we'll wait to see what the real numbers of it are. If we're going on spot track value, which, sometimes you might agree with spot track, sometimes you might not. Spot track had the Shakir deal as way under value, and they have the Bernard deal as way over value. He was at $7 million a year, and the Bills, if you're just looking at the AAV, it's like 12.5. But again, 25 is guaranteed, so it's probably, much more palatable. I just don't think – I think with Shakir and Bernard, what you have are good, solid players, fans and the team value a lot, that on the free agent market would be a little bit more of like in a bucket of players that are good, not every team wants to make a call on that guy kind of players.
Yeah, I agree with that. And they play spots that are not as premium. Right? Like it's why they don't get a massive contract here, even though they're good.
Right. Shakir
plays the slot, which is what the difference I'm making.
Which, nobody's really doing this yet, and I'm not saying the Bills should or anybody should, but I'm waiting for you can get a slot receiver. You just find a guy. You don't need to pay big money for a slot. You can find a guy. It's easier to get open if you're in the slot, and in the right system with pieces around you. Like, we don't need an expensive slot guy. If you're going to play in the slot all the time, we should keep it kind of cheap.
Yeah.
So, it's where the great receivers go to not quite die, but hey.
Well, it's where they can transit. Larry Fitzgerald in his last, that's why Christian Kirk played on the outside start of his career, because Larry Fitzgerald was their slot receiver.
Transitioning to the slot, yeah. Hey, you're a little bit older, you lost a step. Okay, go on, play the slot.
Right. Diggs last year in Houston did that.
Yeah, it's an easier job. You're not getting the tougher matchups, usually. James Cook asking for his contract, and 2 Bills players have signed instead.
If they don't want to pay him, I wonder how he takes it. If they sign all of them, here's Bernard and Shakir already, and I don't know how much you have to worry about this, but you've signed 2. If you just go ahead and sign Rousseau and Benford in the next week, and you just don't do a deal with Cook, I do wonder how he'll react to that. Yeah. Not even just on social media, more so like, is he at camp without a contract? If everybody else got paid but him, and he was the loudest about getting paid, he kind of has to be the loudest about getting paid, though, right?
He does. I think so. And, running backs are popular. If I'm a running back, I want to make noise. Running backs are popular. He scores a bunch of touchdowns.
Won me a fantasy championship.
There you go.
Fantasy
803-0550. Brad in East Aurora is up next. Hey, Brad.
How you guys doing?
Morning.
I'm wondering if the Bills might trade James Cook for DK Metcalf. I know Seattle's got a couple good running backs, but I know DK also wants a new contract that's $30 million, but we just paid Stephon Diggs $30 million to not play on our team last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, thank you for pointing that out. I did want to bring that up. Somebody telling me, you really think the Bills want a $30 million receiver? And the answer, to not even really be snarky, Brad, as you point out, is they had $26 million of cap space for a guy not on their team.
Yeah.
They wouldn't pay $30 to have a guy on their team. And again, if they signed Metcalf to 4 years, $120, which would be huge for him, and I don't even think he would necessarily get that, the cap hit in year 1 could be $6, depending on how they do it.
The cap hit might never actually reach 30 until he's actually not on the team. That was Diggs' contract, right? His cap hit, I think his cap hit never hit his average value until this year when he wasn't on the team anymore. That's how contracts can work. And if Pete Carroll was still in Seattle, maybe I would think you could pull one over and trade him a running back, but no, they actually have their own decision to make because Kenneth Walker, I think, is in the final year of his deal, and he also needs a contract.
Yeah.
So they're good.
I just, as a rule myself, because I can't imagine trading for a running back that's about to get paid, I don't know why they would do it. You want a running back? This is a great draft to get an explosive running back. So I can't imagine James Cook being traded for value.
I'm telling you, just the only one. The only guy I would call the Raiders. Pete Carroll's the coach. They do not have a starting running back. I would just call him just to see. You want to give us something for this guy? He's really good. You've done this before with running backs. That would be the only guy I'd call, though. Otherwise, I would expect not to have a lot happen. I said this yesterday. I think every day that passes, I am more and more team just don't pay him under any circumstance.
Cook?
Under any circumstance. There's just no reason. It would be a very cold way to do it, and I don't know if they would like to do this because of how it would be treated, but there's no question to me the right business decision if you're the Bills is you play him on the final year of his contract, and then you maybe even franchise tag him after that. I know you're holding him hostage then if you do that because you're probably telling him you're never getting an extension, but I would never, I'm not, he's not playing enough, he's good, but he's not great enough for me to want to give him a big contract.
Terrell Bernard, contract extension. One thing I would say about Bernard, he's not loved by PFF. For the Bills, this is value to us.
Sure.
More than it's league value, I think. And I don't think that should be lost. I don't want to write that off. Value to us is what a contract is. He calls their defense. He's super important. McDermott raved about him at the Combine again. It's one of the reasons I felt like it was, very reasonable to expect him to get done. So Shakir and Bernard done first. That makes total sense to me when figuring out, what do we have to worry about here? If you're Bean, what do you have to worry about with losing players for nothing? These two would have been players you have to worry about losing for nothing because you would not use the franchise tag at this time next year. So Bernard is locked up. Who should they do next? Rousseau, Benford, Cook, or, DK Metcalf. I'm going to go with DK Metcalf.
Or Trey Hendrickson.
Or Myles Garrett. But Garrett, boy, the owner getting involved here as part of the reporting is tough.
No, the owner actively not getting involved, right?
No, I know.
Yeah.
The owner wouldn't speak on it. The story is...
Wouldn't speak to him, right?
I don't think that...
I thought that's what I read. I thought I read that Garrett wanted to talk to the owner, and the owner won't talk to him.
I thought it was that he requested a meeting. Can you pull that up?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up
I thought the language was he requested a meeting and both sides are dug in, not that the owner refused to speak with the player.
Tom Pelissero, this is exactly how it's written. Brown star Myles Garrett recently requested a meeting with owner Jimmy Haslam, who declined to speak amidst Garrett's trade request, per sources.
Okay, I thought declined to speak was like with the media, but declined to speak with Garrett. Okay,
I think that reads like he declined to speak with Garrett.
All right. Do we have more Deion Dawkins talking about getting Garrett to the Bills?
There is something about Deion Dawkins. Did you see this? Do you want it now?
Yeah.
He tweeted, let me pull this up. So this was actually, I think this was, it's a little coy, it's a little cryptic, because I'm guessing he's talking about all the Metcalf talk.
Okay.
He tweeted at 5:08 yesterday, "Don't let the internet spin the narrative, wink." Which to me, like, again,
how's that about Metcalf?
My guess was, don't let everyone tell you that the Bills should trade for Metcalf. We're getting Garrett. Garrett's the idea. Stop talking about Metcalf. We're getting Garrett. That was the first thing I thought of when I saw him tweet that, is that's what he meant. It's a total guess.
Yeah.
But I feel like he's talking about, stop with the Metcalf noise, we're getting Myles Garrett.
There were no emojis in it?
There was the wink emoji at the end.
Oh, okay. Oh, which one? I'm in
it's the left eye.
All right. So TLC.
Like the emoji's left, not your left.
Eye. That means it has to do with TLC, and that means that Dawkins doesn't want no scrubs. So that is about Garrett. You're right. Because Garrett's not a scrub. I'm a specialist when it comes to the emojis. That's my specialty.
Yeah, you're the decryptor.
Senior emoji
decrypting
analyst. All right, we'll get something more relevant on the airwaves shortly, hopefully. 803-0550. The chat says Dawkins is referring to what he said on a show. He said the Bills would have put up a better fight against Philly than Kansas City did, and Nick Wright got upset about that.
Oh,
maybe.
I didn't participate in that at all. Almost. I saw that he said it, but I didn't even realize that there was any, thing that came of it.
Break time. More on the other side. Give us a call. Who do you want next? Benford, Rousseau, Cook, and all the trade talk. The offseason is alive and well. It's NHL trade deadline day. Keep it locked here on WGR.
I know he hasn't done very well against this guy, but I got a hunch he's due.
Good morning to the chat on YouTube. The chat we're treating now as a character on the show.
See, that's why I love it. We don't even have to mention a guy and just bam, everyone's fist fighting in the chat.
The chat is like, you look out in your backyard and you see, like, what are the dogs doing out there? And you just find out, like, they're after something.
All right, Joe, I kind of just wanted to hear the song. I mean, there's some stuff going on in the chat on YouTube, the bullpen.
We just want to play wild.
I kind of just wanted to hear the song. Late in the show, especially on a Friday. We're the starting pitchers. We're a little tired. Let's go to the bullpen.
Yeah.
What do we got? I've got a couple things that I pulled out of the bullpen. Who's everybody rooting for the NHL playoffs?
Oh, who do we got on that front?
I don't know. Mikko Rantanen. Feels like I should root for him. Stuff on Bernard, stuff on Metcalf, Myles Garrett, because Deion Dawkins is out there talking about Garrett again.
Mm-hmm.
One person in the chat wants an off-season idea. Have you come to my house and watch my kids while I go in studio and, swap spots.
That's funny.
Whenever my camera goes off, it's because a child has walked into my little studio here. They're about to turn 4. And now they can just come in here like, just hold on a second. Turn off my camera.
The chat also broke the news of Terrell Bernard.
Wow.
They had it like 30 seconds, I think, before Josh came in.
All right, well, we're going to have to start doing that. Put in the update.
Yes.
The Bills and Terrell Bernard have agreed to a contract extension per AC man in the bullpen.
First reported AC
First
man.
reported by Chudley716 in the chat.
Yeah.
Now we're shouting. These guys are getting too much power. It's going to go to their heads. Yeah, you can watch us on YouTube, and you can, of course, participate in the chat.
More Bandits gear was requested, too, down the stretch of the season on the chat. Yeah. I got a Bandit sweat. I've worn it on the stream, the Bandit sweatshirt that I have.
I am relatively routinely thinking, like, what am I going to wear today? Because it feels like you're sending
just a little bit more. Yeah,
it just feels like you're sending a message. Like you wore that Hartford Whalers jersey the one day,
yes,
and I was taken aback.
I just wanted to stir it up. Just wanted to stir the pot a little bit.
What are you doing today? You decided not to wear a hat because you got a haircut, and I it's nuts.
I don't know why I decided a polo today. I just saw it, and it was just there, and it gets warm in the studio. And golf was on, so I'm just in the spirit of golf, I think.
The chat, the bullpen wants Jason Conklin. First reported on the chat by Jason Conklin.
There you go.
Thanks, Jason. Senior Terrell Bernard breaking news analyst, Jason Conklin.
Yeah.
The chat. It's always there. It's always ready. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550. All right, Bernard. Done.
Nice. Another one down. Benford next. That's my guess.
It is a further step towards the whole this is the next window. And we're getting a clip. So Deion Dawkins is he on Good Morning Football today talking about the Bills? He is, I think, talking like I'm talking, which is it's time now to really push in to start the second window. And that, yes, that's re-signings, but re-signings are, Shakir and Bernard, you're on the team for a while now. And maybe Benford's next, and maybe Rousseau gets his, and we'll see about James Cook, but like Garrett or Hendrickson, and you tell me anybody, what's he only going to play for 3 years? It sounds great.
Yeah.
You give me the best players you can get for 3 years, and then I'll worry about year 4 in 4 years. I'm not going to worry about it. I feel like there's a little bit of Allen winning the MVP proved something to everyone, or validated him, or validated us. Like, okay, that's done. He did it. Fine. Now it's time to give him everything possible. Offense, defense, everything. And we talked about it with Mike Giannitti, about like how financially they can commit in a way like the Eagles do, because not a lot of teams do it that way.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike's thought, Joe, was that half the teams in the league should do what the Eagles do. That nobody does it like them, but half the league should when you're going for it.
They should. Should I...
He painted a picture that was much more haves and have-nots of going for it than the NFL has ever really painted as.
Well, you got to have the money there, though, right? And
yes,
should I be thinking about that at all with the stadium
cap space,
stuff?
Though.
And
right. Not the, you don't mean cap space. You mean the actual liquidity.
Dollars, pile of money sitting over here in the other room. Like that is more, where I'm thinking. There's this story from yesterday that the Bills are like trying to up the ceiling that they can borrow from the league on. So I don't know. Like, what is their? They have been more like this with the Bills than absolutely the Sabres, who are like below the cap every year of their existence. But for the Bills, like, they were number one in total cash spent like 2-3 years ago. Like, they're typically near the top of the league, but they're not doing what the Eagles are doing. But they also have, again, what are they borrowing? $600 million to pay for stadium overages. So that I would wonder what their motivation is with the football team more than the hockey team. Hockey team, I feel like I just have a good idea of it. Football team, what's the motivation to do that? To say, I'll do that. The Eagles, we figured out a way to kind of buy into a de facto luxury tax in the NFL. I want to be in that club. It's going to take a ton of checks to do it, but I want to be in that club. Would they do it if they knew they could?
You'll make it all up. Because
Eventually.
That's the thing. You're paying. You're just basically you're putting big down payments down. You're paying a bunch of down payments,
right?
And later on, you don't have to pay those. Money's already been paid. It's the year 2030. Your cap is dead, but your pockets are fat because you're not paying those. When there's dead cap, that's money already spent. You're not giving money to some. You're not throwing it into a pit. You've already paid it. That's what dead cap is. So
yeah,
just spend a lot of money now and profit later. That's my plan. This is my financial advisor plan for the Bills. 803-0550. We got a call here. Let's get to another caller. It's going to be Lee in Buffalo.
Yeah.
All right, Lee. What's up, Lee?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Good. Yeah, I have a comment about Terrell Bernard signing. I think I see what Brandon Beane's doing. Like obviously this new contract doesn't kick in until next year because he's still on his final year of his rookie deal. But I think it's very smart how he does certain things where you don't wait till the last minute because now then you're going to end up in a situation like the Dallas Cowboys or the Cincinnati Bengals. And then I also would like to ask the DK Metcalf thing. I know you guys have been talking about this a lot, but wouldn't you think that's a little expensive throwing your draft picks out there, what they're asking for, and then you have to give him almost $20 million a year? I mean, I look at it this way. I think the Bills, like Kansas City and Philadelphia, they got the biggest prize, and that's the franchise quarterback, and I think any receiver could work with any of those quarterbacks.
I mean, the Eagles have 2 top 10 receiver salaries on their team.
Yeah. Right.
And the Chiefs have drafted – the Chiefs have spent a lot of draft picks trying to find receivers. Thanks for the phone call, Lee. I mean, the Chiefs have – in the last 4 drafts spent, is it 4 first and seconds?
Yeah.
Maybe 4 first, seconds, and thirds. Rice, Sky Moore, Worthy. They traded a second for Kadarius Toney. They traded for
third
DeAndre
for
Hopkins.
Toney, I think,
third for
sure.
Toney. They traded for DeAndre Hopkins.
Yep, and that was a pick somewhere.
I just don't think you find any team actually legitimately trying to win without wide receivers. I think it's sold like that a lot. It just doesn't really happen. The Eagles paid a lot of money for their receivers. And let's go to the other team that was in the Final Four. Terry McLaurin makes big money. They just traded for Debo. They found a couple other good ideas that maybe Diami Brown's a guy that leaves for them. But, to the general point, is it too much? Well, a first and a third and 30 might be too much. That's probably not what it's going to cost. It'll probably cost a late second and 26.
Yeah.
Or late second and 28. Even if it costs 30, you just always have to adjust for inflation.
Yeah. I also want to reiterate that I just don't think $30 million a year is a lot for Metcalf. I was surprised it wasn't higher. Mike Giardi just tweeted a couple minutes ago that per league sources, Chris Godwin incredibly sought after. He said, think in excess of $25 million per, despite the season-ending injury. Godwin is 2 years older than DK Metcalf, plays in the slot primarily, and is coming off a destroyed knee.
Yeah.
And he's going to get 25 to 30. And Metcalf, who's 2 years younger and plays on the outside, he's going to cost me 30. Like, it's not a big number to me. It does represent that he's not a complete number one, like, stud Jamar Chase Jefferson level of receiver. But that's why, like, the money part of it, I'm not going to ever sneeze at when it comes to Metcalf. If you want to tell me it's going to cost a first, then I will. But not over the money.
Yeah. Yeah.
How about $25 million per year for Godwin, by the way?
It's
not
it's
for
just,
this team.
It's one of my pedestal speeches. You got to just get away from the dollars. You got to not be scared of it. $30 million today was 27 1 year ago, was 24 2 years ago, was 19 5 years ago. Mm-hmm. It's just the salary cap goes up. The increases in salary, it's not even about, is he better than this guy? Is he better than that guy? The salary cap is tied to revenue. Revenue is exploding. Players have to make more. It's the law. Really, it's legally negotiated that they have to start making more money. You have to keep paying more. Saquon Barkley got 20. And actually, we pointed that out. 20 for Barkley was less percentage of the cap than McCaffrey got the year before. Even though the number is bigger, the percentage is lower. So the best way to say it on Metcalf is if he gets 30, if you just go by percentage of cap, which we could do that, and I don't know why these leagues don't start to do that. Oh, he signed for blank percent, blank percent, blank percent. Probably because by the time you did that, it wouldn't add up to 100 based on the moving cap. But anyway, if Metcalf signed for 30, he would be taking a lower contract than he just had. And that's almost unheard of for a guy that's still kind of in prime years to take a lower percentage of his of contract. But he'd come in underneath himself. So 803-0550, we're going to get to Extendo Sports, then hand things off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on the news of Terrell Bernard's extension. 4 years and $50 million for Bernard, 25 guaranteed, it appears. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. All right, funny story from Liv. I just saw a highlight of. You retweeted it. Cam Smith hit a shot on a par 3 and then ran. He had to run to the green to try to mark the ball before it rolled back down the slope.
Yeah.
So you have maybe the first time I've ever seen a golfer running on the course.
Right.
He's running. He gets up to the ball, but before he gets there, it rolls down the slope anyway off the green.
Yep. Didn't even matter.
He put his hands on his head, like all that running.
Or he should have ran faster.
That's right. Too bad you're not faster. Got to train better.
Yep.
Anyway, what else? Sal's dialed up, right? We got Sal?
Yeah, guys. Hi, guys. How are you?
Hey, Sal.
We got an extension for the Bills. Terrell Bernard, 4 years. Seems like a pretty nice price for him. Not an overpay. I would say it like that.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
Yeah, not a shock to see he's up next either to me.
No, for sure. There's still work to be done, and they're going to have to do some work. So I wouldn't be surprised if we hear more about this stuff coming up. The three guys that come to mind, obviously, now are Greg Rousseau, James Cook, and Christian Benford. Given Cook's situation, I would think that he's least likely, given the fact that Greg Rousseau has a $13 million guaranteed salary this year, and you could shed that down. He might be the most likely, but we'll see where all this goes, and they have to do something, obviously, still between now and next Wednesday.
All right. Very good. The Arnold Palmer Invitational this weekend. Good leaderboard so far.
Yep. Rory just parred his first hole, so he's worth watching. Wyndham
Scheffler
Clark
and
was
McIlroy
on
are minus
fire
money right now.
yesterday.
Those are the only two. Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
He's
the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is coming up. Sal on the way. On the heels of the news that the Bills extend Terrell Bernard. That'd be Friday. Have a good weekend.